Uh, فجينا في الموندو تام يعني بكواكدا يدي يمكن كوتشن عشان كده دي يمكن يمكن كان المفروض جوت من الساعة 3 يدي يمكن كوتشن نونغتي وعشان كده يدي بين متأخر وبوتشن إنه يمكن بين نشيالا فأولغن إنت يمكن يعني أن أولغن شديد ونيجي نقول إنه جينا يعني يمكن دل أول جيك نكتب promotion عشان يمكن دل تدي يمكن شنو نذكر أول قد يمكن يمكن بوه والتن you know لأنه كان أول جيك نكتب promotion يعني يمكن دل تدي يمكن وخا يمكن بوان كنجي دل يمكن يمكن دوتن بالكالتشر وده يمكن جد من جنبلا الليلة يمكن دل يمكن يا بين discussion يمكن بلا نون بتاع هناك ممكن بشير لينك داون هنا and then إذا جبريل بلا أوس مارك أوس ما قبلت يمكن يبدو بعدين أو ما قبل يتأجى إكيد يمكن كود يجي بشير لينك وإكيد يمكن جوتن الليلة تبي ملاحظ وإكيد ممكن جوتن and جاك يمكن بوان جوتن فإكيد ما قبل يمكن يتي share this video إكيد ننقبل platform بتاعين بان ووكندا وكان ديتا يمكن بنيا ووك جنباو إكيد يمكن كيد إنينات يوارس ديتا وين وأنك ديتا يمكن جنا يبوا جوك دميني فإذا بن ووك جنباو إكيد يمكن يميت إن بن ووك جنبا وديتا بن ديتا يمكن واره يعني جرده واره أودنيالا فشير the video إيك ما كده يمكن منن جيكن أنك يمكن نيوت لأنه الليلة يعني طبعا إيكم بوك نيرنا نجلقو كاجي building a community of culture يعني في مجتمع بتيكن building a community of culture and values ده يمكن ولا إيكم بوك نأكلني يعني إيكم ممكن يعني نيرتم بتاعنا in cultural perspective leadership يعني وتي وإيكم له بوك نقول تيجي بلا إيكم تبا وسيكم يعني ليه نياك تبا فجينا قبل جندي يمكن يمكن دالتن كاتم بربابا فإيكن لازم شنو يعني قوتن إن بوين قوتن يما بوين منه فإن that way يمكن يمكن دالتن يعني وهيكم بوق نانتن تروجيت كده يمكن أوتن يعني فده يمكن جن من جن بالنا فكما قبل ده يمكن share the video while ده يمكن فيديو اتي فده يمكن the link يمكن share the link when كما قلت يمكن بونكودي link is down there ولينك ده يمكن يو ديجينا بالد اوكي Mark is here hey Marco yo
Yeah, nên phone.
ai tieng ke pon ya mun
Ya tiang jai.
aywa so yeah Malaysia ya ده يمكن the ball non ngati chimati واكم يا ده يمكن ده يمكن ما قدرت اني جاوبت ساعه 3 شوكه لكن لسه عندي ده يمكن بالكن زمن عشان يمكن باكسبرس يمكن جنا بالنا بوتش ده يمكن تباني ايكو بورن بان
Ya on board na.
يا جم لونا انتنين كاس جم بلا اوكي كتاني يعني
Wala isbuat nen كويس لكن جوت الليلة دي يمكن ياو دون جوت. لكن اسبوعات nen كان كويس يعني.
هذا كويس ده كويس اون يعني جم اون نقطه وين يعني جنا ميلينج بلا ارسل on Arabian core يعني and almost below 40 something لكن we are surviving يعني
Yeah. Mana tahu nasi biga part of culture bita kinet hena kan jom babur do aga another concern. Yeah.
نعم
Yeah.
Eke yadanya ya.
oh ibane
Ya yadanya na.
yani churi bang
Sure, nanga nang
oh
bawo.
nangi tang okay
Yeah.
that's good
I can open it.
لا بل مشكل بل
Yeah, I can open it.
yeah هي طبعا you know الصورة دي يمكن يا question فقنا بلا يمكن يمكن جوتن ممكن discussion بتيجنتي قبل يمكن جوتن بلا بيار طبعا شورن دي يوم بيورتك نغني slide وانا جنا شورن بتا يمكن this pride بتا يمكن لم يتين يمكن مبان agro society ويمكن دي يمكن you know we need to be proud of it عشان كده يعني من وين وال دي يمكن وال بتا دوادن وطبعا يعني يهمك تنين نيامو دي يمكن all يمكن نمتم ببلجنين اونغ technology طبعا يهمك انك wherever you can presentation ولا نون discussion or بيتن going for all belong دي يمكن قلت نيالو دم يتك يمكن بلكن يعني بلكن culture انه we can enjoy ourselves you know فده يمكن جنا دي يمكن يضلنا I repeating this song كمبوغ بلا نang بلا إني ناك I think we'll share later on فده يمكن جنا بلا I don't know كان يكتيم نفونا وانا يعني
Well, yang kata bang deko yang tawali ya kan menga bala mutin bal telepon tu. Wa dangan na nying deng taban link. Wa ya ko inji taban olga tiang ma. Yeah. Fa min wal tu chongkon.
yeah من وقت جنبنا mungkin betul istri bahwa dia mana tahu dan penyodor فجنكرين ده يمكن جنا ما يمكن جيان ويته يمكن ده يمكن جيف جنكن نينه يعني sound ملتنا ما فده يمكن جنا بالنينه ويمكن we need to promote our own culture instead of culture بتاع ماكا بيركن فيمكن ده يمكن we need to make sure إنه culture بتاع يمكن should be promoted, and one of the reason I organized this platform to make sure we have to promote culture بتاعيكن, promote values بتاعيكن, وأي من بالكن all اللي يمكن تشون ده, and then we can do it and put it in that way. طبعا نليد إنكم باتن أي من قد online ليران ما بان وخنا مقتك هناك يعني store in the يعني Google or YouTube or Facebook فوخنا ده يمكن should be stored. وده يمكن جن من جنا ده يمكن إكن all جوان برضو كنيسة بلا نعي يوم ده يمكن يكون جهوانا we need to post it فده يمكن جنا بالنين يعني قبل يمكن جهتن topic يمكن يعني.
Can you let it play again, please?
Okay. فده يمكن ده اثنين all طبعا I think ngeng ولا something like that, you know. But يعني بالجديد يمكن دوادن all طبعا يكون دوادن وده يمكن يدلنا يعني mentally I was playing this كان جديد يبدأ interested on the sound بتاع يمكن طبعا يعني فده يمكن جنا بالنين يمكن من قبل كومن قبل يمكن جوتن topic بتاع يمكن ممكن and then ممكن جوتش ممكن open up our topic يعني.
Well, Kamalka, gani ya talabtu inno iponanin taban ponanin bunga ya chuya Mahamud Mahadwangan upon igin maban mabura murti yan ponada chapter chapter was common back in 80s balka menengar keda tun pikati maban into garwoj kan shebisam kunta tamam yan ونون ديرك نوتي نيغو تي طبعا lyrics the lyrics بتاع مبان sometimes is about if you lose في كنمرتن كواي نغينا courtship can you lose courtship if all nanga all go to a direction that ekin wogen you want it all good makin stories back برجع ل youths that all good is also a cultural punishment عشان كان ين up مجني يعني ف نgelena chaptene chapter to ma hajan ñu pogma igin wogo da ma da illa ma hachi pe eastern ban chaptene ni bana show kulla ودلات بني كنتوزا لتوقت كان ماشي فوق يعني برتنا مرتين يعني بنفس الصورة كيغنا من برغ دوادن كينا برتنا دوكا دوكا ديك دواد توين جيزي ساعة 6 من ساعة 4 لنون بو شوي كده فدا was chapter بلبقوني كان ساكمناو في المزيكا المودرن ميوزك دينا وجينا بونا إيغن إيغن أبون مبانا كنيني يعني and I stand by this because it's sending the message. Again, it really reminds me of Banban when he was pure and culturally connected. Yeah. Pon ya log nang gitu.
The pon quest. Magi balki common ga wani gabling on topic te.
ya balka common nyam ya nyep ek ya kete wa makabal ci goroyos makabala gordo baden bordo wa ya nang jete ko kigeng na tan tejek yamkin all wal menem lan all kan taban lo ngin baw ya ndita gen balje I dog yam tong an kay tege bala lan lak bala buto all kan ngay jaw ko all wan kan ko ho wa igin tingna ting taban ya all men wala all yani jek berdijit waang daba wa da bok dan bor dalil ti jekar ken all na kan wan go ho miyete gena wa amma ti chon kon felan ya o chapter wana chapter men duat yani duat wa da gena balangesh ni wo da nene fa genga balaba number 2 ya go pochin pilamon te yani bening was an konente te jola bala duwan yesan ikum beten wa na wasil men jege jahayam kambala yani go nihin yani badena men yumkin yani punka pana atngoy nene wa yumkin yani ikum balkan go yani in back doors now ikum ben in public wa ego pochin wa ngeja taban man chung bala yam ko gore wa pochin bord genen biga fi YouTube. I even didn't know that until yesterday mumkin I came across yani fi yani tilbison tinu genen biga bala YouTube yani bizat jeka gon ni yumkin isbu qabl al-fat wa which is good lana taban ingonga gene singo nen lakin يعني قلنا مكان يوتيوب تمن شون يمكن بلا غوري او بلا غوت ياو ويمكن ده يمكن gina ya buwa yumkin guwag de ndi ta nyam nen wa anka san kada gablum ning jot ngenen ta da yumkin komana buwa guwag nene wa yumkin wage min wa guwang ni nyamo ti ja culture yani wage bangen asge dank yumkin igin korkin dank ge tian te makabala goti yumkin kan ta bal jaman ng feedback ya yan kan ti yumkin ingot feedback ge te magek te damon wene o si yong wene wa igin felan gokken randomly igin gin yan yongam ba ya nang nin tanzim anka mine be god gati wala jot na oke os tok no ba igin gokken randomly jonan te belja culture yena oke wa aso gena taban as identified o ya tamo responsible yan ti jola wana yan jola identified no yan yena yen culture da gena dit ka ben yaw nene yaw sebo yaw ekin yena yen culture tugu ba yenda wa anka san keda dita yumkin san keda culture art duri la no gena muktini gena mungi anka tiek na tayan la ken gena bala geni ken anka yaw golta na gena balkan kana ba da yumkin gena balnen. Second thing is that yani the video no gonna posting a video bita ekin community bita solo dance in Australia. The reason why I share with this and forum is that they let us look into that deeply, leave alone yani wakabala lakin when you look into that deeply you can how makaneni keeping their culture even ke mbala je when is that look at them, why not us? Do you think that actually ko wa the one earn yotin earn yotam yen bala yen nam bala lakin gena go hagen antuke malabu de musil batere ko zato li yak balkan differences lakin be de gena go ha yen ta gabila wala antuke mada gini yos genya gen e mengel tani gena one I share with this forum. Just let us look into that deeply to build maka white and maka monte not the makeg ndiran keg bala je even they don't know where solo community is in back home there ngekumba like in the way they are keeping this culture and passing to the younger keg bala jet like when that's how culture will be kept. Because that's how culture will be kept. Ginan owen na musa san ajabni all like ya gin owen bes yani ya boga ikin gortin looking into that our gortin beljawana. Oh, let us think about us. We have a very, very rich culture. Kana all wala kan abeljiter zatu. We are very rich than bag gabail ge. But how we utilize yani gabakabal ikin da tiektina okay how we pass on to our generations. That's our problem. I said baguang ya what ikin chingo nen if there's people knows about Banmaban more than us. Why not they come out and ikin notin je culture ta agena guak ngantin na nganyo ba kwes naman guak ngantin na ek makabala chi gorbere zat kirk win ngantin hinda anka I don't know until when ek kirk nyak yo the code anka san gokta eke you guys are wrong here. That's what it's supposed to be. Yani gena guanga kinen akone nemba kone kene ang lakin ti ate gok ingon tunon ikinda gok na lahasab ekinda bala bung ni kinta won wo kanda mo inje kema jegen anka ya guak ni nen geg yongin o se geg dam lo kanta bo guang ya kanta maka nang feedback yem go bala won ko kunta gena bani hin o kalcha guak tan mageg ni yew nene akalcha in wak there they should come in anka san igin chial ni asana na kegen mudi muktan ti igin ta dam gomba wes anana muktan ti kegen ti igin ti maka bala be after us muktan dam gomba igin ko wa hanen recorded wakana waka bada is recorded gwaltama yani many years to come pues o ina igin go him buku igin balkan accurate information ko gwakten so da wakana word is part of documentary anka san igin go to jek belji yori hindan ko yan for those are the things I just want to say before yumkin yani igin yumkin jotin wa ya anka bonjen ya bonye to my remarks, the last remarks ya bonye and lan gene ya bon na bordu يعني ya kan kalas yem kan kume te jaka guage James wa Pastor James wa Tim to Paul wa I even don't know what to say, but I try my best wa genga balaba we are learning, and next time maybe I will do better than that, but I did my best, to send the message with يمكن لإيجن نص مخبلا غوري و naman I review ganete I miss wagman wakan pangya ka guagde I miss them out, but it's okay. It's still even balkan wetti or still we have a lot of time. We will not stop until even wak the bet na Australia. Thank you.
Mark did يمكن gogi poaching did يمكن تي remark nangi nene gobbling Johnson did يمكن topic on or topic on nene even did يمكن touch wa wagman wakanene Jochen taban Damon ikin Jotten podama Jochen Damon taban ikin Jotten nungtun mistakes wa mistakes taban ayin ba gina po ikin wak nungtun correction anke ingoten no jehne yumkin ge ikin we can touch later on naman ikin da yumkin goktenan yani po ikin wotin yam kama ban o sikef ikin be keep culture bete ikin fa da yumkin gin gina balnen fa amma yani gina oni did yumkin post na ikin is very wonderful. I'm saying that is very wonderful. Land is a reminder le ikma ban yani difference between ikin nan in ut berta culture taba difference between ikin dala gina culture ya be bain ikin unkan maka poken keep culture eken. What about us? That's a good question everybody ya ikin wo the toten dog ikin te lan ke gambal jet ning ber wenne ikin duang yak de dan jibrila ga dan min ga dan lakin gina durtin ke ikin ngoy ka guide and inte ekin dog the way the dog the banji agena. Okay, again, for the young wagman waka ikin totin no culture should be alive. Naman ikin balgumber when if you want to work and ikin week dolphin, and then we have to appreciate our culture. For the young gina the young balanene, but just going in your monte, balbu yuarti. I already put the application. Yenti awana yenta warwani awachani nene. Mageng balngai, but we lost yani identity taban is that's one of the identity. Da yumkin ginman gina balnen fa ikin dida yumkin jotin dida yumkin topic da ikin te topic on acha lan ngeje taban yum lahat yum kadulun lakin ashan ikin dida yumkin buakan maban poddi os buakan ikin uti nyam atto ikin balkin captain anking dal yumkin betin chi ikin ngirinen fa ikin timati nekin gona ya maybe they will join us later ya lan ek menteteno they've been sending me message jotu sagina and ek de min ka kalas ek kan yotu work ek join no naman ek on your online fa I think ek mo kuding guan tumbaden naman ikin jotin gina taban ing on acha yani gina ing on acha gina jolla goka gi dede yum kun bagok je gina kamo fit pit tu ban wane building a community culture and values yani what do I mean by that? Yani kif in community ikinda we can build it through culture. Yani culture da igna manyirtungo yo ikimbal cultural values that will help us to build our community leadership, to build our community culture, to build our values. For wakinenta muwakunda balajishino culture. Wa ikin wa utumber tijeka go ikin baba. Lano we need to build a very strong culture. Yani cultural leadership. Anke ikin daltin uti nyama. Ikin dalti wak weten. Ying the bede ikin wak weten bura okay. Wakinenta bala ikin dokten zaman maik mat bati ekin wak we okay. Ofi jole ke goki de maban zaman taban ekin chi mum kamaga chi to onto wek. Luckily ekin they are connected to wakabala bede dwangi wakabala bede dwangen, for they have a very great leadership fi zaman bita maik mat bat. Genen ikin yen wete. Asakan inyersa. Yani even we are not building a strong, leadership in community-based organization. Bas ashan captain ya buat tiang gitu ba, umenga buang tiang menga ba, fa ikan dalnen di dayam kan adno tinyamba. Any community we can build, ma will last long. Yani crash lano there is no any foundation, there is no values on it. Ashan kid iglas doten culture beta ikan say the leadership culture. يعني جينا إيه يا إيه ويت أنت بويت يمكن إيجن بقدر يعني community ممكن يوتني نبودن عن واقع إيجن بوق نانتن دي يوم نانت أكتر إن كابتن تجيكو فدا يمكن جن من جنا إيجن بوق we need to allude on it. Secondly فإيجن برضو بوق نيرتن إنه the cultural identity إيجن بالك one of the problem يعني مشكلة بلا إيجن سي a leadership culture of identity يعني إيجن ود أغمك how can we define واق إيجن كما بان برا من مشاكل بلا إيجن سي how can we define our destiny instead of منا فرق ممكن إيجن definition يعني ممكن منا فرق وقت دم ما بان بودا ولا نم دقن قبا so the moment إيجن allowed ما كبرم be define إيجن then any leadership نمتن إيجن will not last long because we already have been defined by ما كبرك فعشان كده يعني cultural identity even we need to define our own إنه ما بان or we need to be proud of ourselves so جنين طبعا بوك بكان إيجن سي who we are كما بان يعني برضو نيالت نيجي نبودا فإيجن برضو we have to look at the expression ما بان تبالكن different expression يعني expression بتاع culture بلا إيجن سي لكن وخنين يوارتنا أوكي يوارتنا ما إيجن قوونوس ما كدوان زي قواني جبال بيا and then إيجن ميت إيجن أوتنيا ما أوكي culture وان بتاع إيجن دا إيجن ويدن يعني ل مسؤولية بونتا أوكي فده يمكن واحد من وكا I think نيالت نيجن لما إيجن قوون عن جنيني so values تم leadership community leadership can vacuum values that leadership will not last فعشان كده يعني كيف إيه ممكن نقدر we can go back to the values وتما بان لأن مننا نتما مسؤول أمينا ما تينيكتي مننا نتما مسؤول أمينا يعني based on the values وتما بان أمينا بالكم بك مننا نتما مسؤول أمينا ما واكن ده كان ما تينملين he will protect them هل وقنا بالي كنت هل وقنا بالي كنت أشياء فvalues نين بالي كنت وبرضه إيه بالنن يعني cultural disappearances within إيه يعني for instance I'm not saying this because that is an example إنه one of the values of مبان كينديرن طبعا نرجوك ما دوان كان متر ولا نواقع إتورت طبعا and that's one of the values بلا إجماع بانت يعني بلا تبارو لكن أصلا طبعا باون so جنّي completely باون يعني من موقع كينديرن تيجي من تلون طبعا من تلون كينديرن طبعا ما وقت the ordinary that's where إجماع من مشكلة في values بتاع إيك عشان كده إيه لازم قوتين values ده دوتنا أوكي فده يمكن I think one of the most important thing that we need to talk how we can build our community leadership based on the culture and then values ده يمكن question ده يمكن يبوكا we can tackle نين ويا ده يمكن يوجد وينه يا كين ده يمكن واقع وينه إنه بوقت نيجي but let's start with this we start with the how can we build a very strong cultural leadership that can protect all of us through the values that we have, culture and values, okay? And then the second question is, what is my responsibility as a person? What is the responsibility of the community, okay? Learn even work the Balkan responsibilities, that we can add are we adding that, values to our community? Okay? If me as a person, Philemon, if I'm not adding, you can adding values like community by then community are strong, okay? You see, for the we need to ask this question: what is my responsibility? So that we can add more values to our community leadership. You see, for the these are three things tackle our life. Let's first look at the cultural leadership, second look at the values, and then responsibilities. What the responsibility that we can take. So you to win and then follow mumkin on the neck. Mark mumkin Georgia, if you are ready, in Jordan our larger cultural leadership. Okay, in yen with it. Okay, or then again an antignation in Dorton, but you're making take the party. And even book the community in Jordan to play even been the feet, okay, Ninka and Balabe generation, Balayum is the feet. But difference, but in land different that is a human life. For them can get a balnene. Let's jot into cultural leadership, and then you can bet into the young community other values, and then the third one will be the responsibilities. For them can get a balnene.
Well, poaching ngalawa Philemon about poaching. Well, men actually jot ni Bartma Batta wala yente banam wala. change on yet go
you have to choose lan yenta doga yenta ban wana oljen nyal yenta bart ban yenta pok oljen nyal enak. Okay.
batta mo
So you have to choose, you know. You have to choose to call me lan no ikitam jol de chong yi itam jol on nyal yom dak, and we need to make sure example has to start yani.
yeah almem jenga bala ba pochin yani ekada bala be tuk to chin yani yumkin war bardon or still until we get used to yumkin ekabala yumkin war lel na barnen fi 1990 something fi MYF taban yani unkin balkin gena bartamari agi nyek yani nyek taban bala nyek in suwalat nangtama ngutama keda yahu ultama sahanji and then ada berte keda kan nuba kan maziga yonite mani ikanya swal and then swalan winga me yo nyar wai pogda and then tatite yaw fa it happened in one of menako taban kati gis David Linda fa kenya swal go hage mark wan yenta ang wegen yenta mene
Ya mazekir jalon.
and then yeah she fell nge juba ma yenta markong yeah yenta markong she fell. You see, that's how we lost wa anga san keda yani fell yen ga ben yen ga wilda wa dit ka o ma bungi hinda fa dit kan asar ma isidi kwes fa ek yamkin gama jom na bayan adam ek magma yenta wan yenta angat we on that nge juba wa yani aware يعني جنا ممكن فعلا يعني تيكتن تاعتك وجنا بلدي يمكن أجني هنا كدكتن وينقبل كنت ويكن قلت كده ينتن ذات ولا باتن مبا ويس أنك ده يبقى ينت يعني أنت ويوان كي جبنة من جزات يعني ده من جزات إكبر دبا ويس فده يمكن وقبلنا وده كمان تبريد واش بتا ديتك يمكن وقت نحن ديتك بين يمكن يعني الناس يمكن بنجس كالتدين أتو بلتن فاليو بانين وده يمكن ناس جنا يمكن earn أجنين يعني بصراحة يعني توبكنين يرمى تلتليا بلمون وبعدين we should have يعني work young research and also يعني ليتن جكبلا earth نكسان يمكن إن يا ما إن بنقول not أسان توارك يمكن بيا we are passing to generation makbala yamkin value bita yani culture bita ikin kuhon value eka gena kuhon yani ekin buang tiang da tiang tabu nam ingo kan wahane ne bukan sabu even though we don't have yani books about gohan wahan pangan pangbe lakin we should wahan chin achnente everything is there yani wahan is available on internet mungkin even though books bala kiu kawain na yamkin kiu maban be ki ko wan ti ikin dita mungkin ikin kan wag ta lakin earth jotin te kan bala ikin ikin wodgen an kan nang tan aga yamkin kan wak tan ikin dankon instead ingo tin go kon ha wel kan ka be ni checken ta bala ikin te wa earth ni kan ga gena ya je ko kan well je cultural leadership I think let us go back to grassroots and get go leadership da agena ya ivel ba sometimes the moiba gene woni juang asi ingo honen gong le mahapen ulti jisan in bo masik ya na tatbra wa asi nam go value that jegma ban wan gwak no ke da bordu wa ikin dalt ni bit yoda an kasan keda we stick to ya go pon to earth katin jijo asan ikin boktin ibo masik go nen tieng tan ma asan tieng tamaya unless ya go ba to bala yankin you are nene au tutu ba tu buin kan kasan yani tiang tamak wa zema kuang ya cultural leadership kan ingo na leadership agena mungkin yani wiel ba sometimes agena on juang adan without talim but you will still be a leader an kasan kita nam ling kortin cho yori kete ing bal kamaka we wes hal maka we mayom dagda ekin lo wurgel ba lakin gena wana gena juang wonna gena wata bala ekin ta sa ekin yak imagine imagine cho the cho you're going to bar naman igin nagdaran cho the chining achenen cho ding that is nothing to them even though ekin balkin talim bela kin ekin chon ka maban chon ka balkin yet ngi pimpong ku wet kinte amman yana men bala yan the leadership fankas kan the leadership ti yate is not about gani weli wel musa san talim yi ag the leader da gani won juang osiyum imamkin tabal te diktorat chunko berta tanga talim lakin lokan ipal ke yamba yak tu menga weba wala yocha man mun tazat fi maga be diktora bitakenda mabagda wala kataf kamsa na barchot maha choti nyam kamsa na farsa ga mabagda kataf lan le it's not about talim to me is a reference came in to wasil maruma reference came in to kataf makaba mumkin yani perken I odi majitin itu katib tu lugan bala yumkin tiang tan mak lakin man ibe fi leadership agna I on juang wa agna musisa ygali wala kala wala you cannot copy from anybody else da agna I on juang bala ite whether I nang wala nang be lakin se yuartan mait yuartan mo na man be tan unke na man be chot kan bogan yumke mul mage ka unke mina يمكن ينود استعرض باي يوارتك جنگ بلا يوارتك إتي يمكن أجنا يمكن أكي وير أنك ينود داي تني يوارتك بكون يوم جوان كويس أنك كذا لما نقولنا cultural leadership يا إن دوتن في grassroots what I mean by grassroots leadership إلان جو كده نتبادي إيجو كده أني كنت if أني is not in order and you to bring a go again a leader nobody gonna listen to you. Nobody gonna listen to you. You have to start from home where you are, and that leadership. But at the katibro community, nama katibro community, yamkin the bera agagina telani ag the leader yamkin yak the banwe. But naman ikin dokten cultural leadership bita ikin ka community ka maban. Elas ikin dokten. Asa baljasi chin bera ikin wetenen balgichi ikin bera wetenen dankan da pare. Wa ikin bera wetenen as guang a wahagalti we should be called yamkin and fiam number 7. Kan ikin balkin kamsa fiamat banji wala sita fiamat banji we should become a fiam bera fidias prawete a fiam number 6. Why I'm saying this? Lana choding bera wete ertu buntan ke balwa. Ikin maka balkin Canada ama ban fi Canada regardless ertu bala ben nikin wala event entu bati and from there gina earning danka one. Gina earning wata we should build our community instead in earthen bera maka earning ta yuang tingitin kan earning yuang ngitin kan earning yuang ngitin earning bigger in order church in further gorsin gina bala nang de ka gina and then yumkin cultural leadership will kick in. Then even will start doing wakabala yumkin culture igen miyetin ke igen aw kullu magena bal igen wax ñatten to waxan bala waxan naman igen ñew bu ning bok waxan nang naman igen balkan to waxan misran on hen officers katun I'm just giving this as an example. We in leadership in Saskatchewan we decided since we come to the office min ben on maktab we decided to have celebrations, which is Balkan Family Day, Balkan Graduation Day. For Wakanene naman bete, fruit culture even should be kicked in. Ankasan kegnikin, we learn from there. We learn from there. Anka muktangetan eken, or yonda yumkin bent nongate. Menata bala waka mungkin dia waka yang tining balir yang tinggitin sama genananga na siaranga. Maging enga okay, maging yala okay, maging ata okay, maging chia okay. Example board exactly. Nanti ngotin chi nantakan balki mahadwang chi ikin jarum bag machi yan ti derja. Mahadwang da balkin jan wayen, mahabali yen balkin jan wayen, mahadiyan na balkin nante. Minadiyaran ti ta yorin min na sap. Mokti buku gena ba moid da wahata yati da waha يعني ميتي فرق بتمنات الناس من الديار ما ديار ما ممكن متي ما خدوام ما ديار يكون بعدين دانكن جروبكم بكن ودم ميت ده إحترام بتا يوريكن دانكوان كويس فاتي عشان even to build a community cultural leadership, we should go down to grassroots. What I mean by banning, Canada is a Banma ban. Banma ban, Canada. We will start doing what so we stick to our culture. We have to kick in our cultural dance, cultural and buru. Maging engoke. Lakin tinabaling timbak lon nyamo. Kaya gokta na engtin yang yobihin. Amin bali jedi. Gol dikeda nan ore yuartan maba. Ba gol dikeda war lakin kain pun kadin gortin chulun engoke. Dink be different sections, balkin yang burung nek. And if the jot goes on and culturing let us go back to grassroots. Wah yongtan akan, and then ikin katum bergokun an genabala. For name is not easy. For it is again a bogan kanga, bogan thinking about how we come to this level. But no nafam bad na kakeg untuke. Ankasan the ankis culture ikinda. Then culture already other the culture is identity. Iloba culture you are nobody. You are nobody. Naming earth na to keden julu walk the duurde. Duurda ek makan jong the get earth makan jong it to genamen. Earth engten lao with the children. Well engten yam with the dinko. Well engten genayan. We should learn the utumbara. Rather we have to show our culture. How we have to sell our culture to Jubin. As an getting Junumaban culture. Let us go back to grassroots. Earning Canada young thing. We start doing something. The same thing. Other Makabara Bantan Kapurante, connect the same. And young Piagokanene, the Joti was in Hinian. Because Mahamud United States every year, I can Joti graduation. Walk better walk graduation, I can walk the Mahaniel, Yel Bankan. Walk better walk eat, walk the Mahayod Nyala Burger. Father Wahane already the Baraba can keep culture a little bit than us. For Tiate, let us go back to grassroots, then we can come out, talk about culture while we already in Musingo na Balkamba. And that's in practice, so let us go back to our root and grassroots, which is Urgihinjitin and Banning Canada. Let us go out our brothers in other countries. And cultural leadership ويمكن capability كان برضو إجابة أحسن ده يمكن لينا كيف يمكن وتن يوم culture doctor أخرى أنك سامع culture يمكن تيجي we will pass on to our young generation. Thank you.
Puchin Marco for yani jala ditim kuangi da yum kagina po yung et nyam ne igna man goktin yani jeng chong tam ko bert ignsi wa igmak tinin ot nyam lanno yani men gadi yum kan tay bar budamba ilazin tet oni gitin and then yum kan katin bar maka perkins wa cultural leadership zema is a karta iglazin we have to go back to our roots. Okay, our roots, Taban is very important. You made a very good contribution. What discussion with even when the Taban or Budamba, and because that's why we want to put this in and then we can come up with something after discussion in any topic. What Geneditium Kuartia Guangi very important. Even can join in Canada by year. Then Makapur Jotuba, Lan Egin Taban Joti, Yani, when you want to help people to understand culture, then you need to be an example. Taban ba walk tan kawajan. Wa in Canada, I think in Balkan opportunities and only young things. Wa this suggestion is very important. The governing mumkin agenda party, we can end this with the resolution taban. And into the yumkin quote for poaching to jehbuang inene wa education cannot make you a leader. And that is exactly what I believe to. Lano ma ikin zaman igni dot cultural leadership ek da mu ma based on men ba ek ma mokten te balya in manur kun wara ba lakin gin gabala ek de ya fa criteria nang tanek I mena muktuma mena way ma banti ek ingis kun podan iya mena uni jidni bala okay balji izat interacting ma bala okay fo wagnu wag da gina criteria taban nang tama bana shin kida igin leadership bita ma ban zaman kan very strong wa igin bagwangi igin lazim dotin shino our roots of leadership. In that way, we can figure out, gena nong ring yum king buan non gate. For poaching to suggestion and poaching to yakayum kungwangi. For this is a good discussion, we need to talk about it, and so that we can find the solutions. For Jibril, wakabent for English going to get a nyama, cultural leadership. Where did we lost? For dayam can get men gonna balmenia.
Poaching Marco, we already started down changing our names. And someone yente jene to yente law there. Yente wana yente law there. Malak yente geldo. Ana بقول salam ya Mark Pilemon وكده. I think we are talking about traditions, cultural restoration, now building a cultural leadership through culture. In culture, one of the things I realized as Kajmuban on the Dongnan Banji Zaman in 1996, I begin to question in Jama. Then Maban Daling the Barne or Maban Gitania. Wagon the Wongeri. Maban Mengbal project in the culture. If in 1975, if Marjan Nangam of Juba, if our people were beating 64 tribes, that was not easy. They were very strong. Ekentam Ben number 2, Acholo is number 1. Maihin Tatay. Lakingina Warnanga, we pay the way from these beautiful cultures. So we do have to have cultural food. We have to have a cultural burung yor, yor, nyel yor, celebration. Ingbalkin celebration nunganirin. Ingbalkin marriage celebration ceremony. Ingbalkin balkin event kapir be celebrate. Ingbalkin gatte. Ingbalkin kernga. Ingbalkin wakatir. Ingbalkin events. A lot of events. Pin mana pieg luom baru manang wane ni. Ing manang wane ni wohna. Wa inambed events Ingbalkin events yani dongi or doing together. These are events very important to the culture. You would balki norms. Wakajibel go Ingbalkin norms. We have a naming ceremony. We have a marriage ceremony. One on the events with the culture. Bala ban maban to bati. Wa tugumbala kiniti. Genwar nang magya tuang da balkan wa kurkran tuang use wa malabo. Igni lengen to ban maban magaying bunte yordo wagay knaona. Igni lengen ban magayung ban gala yung galan ni maban amani chial bal completely different yal. Fa nehna begin na amuj waging wakapotna na amuju for us to blend into Magay. Like we are doing a different thing. Ignong wag aks tamaman. If we atumban ma ibuwag yorma dalya wag yorma ban dalya heritage dalya bojem no ibuwag nung ongasan to blend in or asan ibaldo makawaida. This is the problem we have now. Again, milabala internet. Yorma ban we shouldn't be loading because you're your identity. Your culture is your identity. Loading da bad ganga wa. Yarsa. Fa anak binupsikana bishu binno yen nongote yen في التسعينات لتحت لفوق هنا ينن نيرم با مارك يتم بنت بنتي يبنت فويدا بنت اونا نات مزر بينهم لكن مي ان فيلمون اون جون بي شرغولي in different timing mark ikan val shirgole da igit in ganga war yaani ganga yaani ganga yaani gannene mane nung kiduma e hidma banyi da e ma wonte yani waga kede ikan kan bantu bare ito cha jama e khane na yuma bante o accenete menga bal go ko ba ma big bo zila lora da mai ma dong big bo neken kan yong jed jegi bo gini bal banji gini ya actor gen bog kan ngalane ki bi ambuj mai kin yani ke ndirn wo muktane kin yaw wa ngiskin actor min maka dongan yorsa ek nyira ek wo ngiskin wa ngiskin actor ma dong o jolene mai ik tmishkel chibe jolenen itmishkel kabir nyurte bordo ngel ma ban yaay ba ngel ma ban pochet gene mok chene yaay no mo mus lo dum ba nyurte bordo ngel ma ban yaay ba ngel ma ban pochet gene mok chene allo dum ba ya Marcos gene mok chene o chino lan kegen earning wen da ek na do de ndambo ma culture stanin aso du organ lakin they need a program gene nang ni na culture da aga program ekende kan ang program kan ang sanek bicije eken sanek no du program te nguchin lal du men gel mena en mena on lal du men gel mena tolan mena on os mena en ek lal da ik wo ko ba wala we ek zaat ni lal tizma bada igni chot nin manan kanu ngaki benda they will come and practice untun leadership ba nyede wa gena on mila yorsa lakin ngalangal tun mahano ing yokun wa actor go the knene balf US not the balf US this is my own opinion you cannot disagree with me look Manuel osmo omi osmo mature Manuel ma omi osmo mature mena yo do mature wa bad bi kullu ultima YouTube da bal bugo they will not be deleted it will stay forever nyalawana nyaltan mage mahaw ger ya ya ba pochin mayamen ban lakin nyaltan mage nyalatan in these people are not organized they are not organized jolle go jolle chulun ning bon tumo izakan ek bon ning 75 ing bon na lelele bon tumo gene war nang do juru ngel ke kurk mbada ngel ke ni bok leadership ngel ang bok leadership ngel kurk mbawe ne yin kan bong izad kan ing bong nyel لكن لازم يكون في نظام ينيل شنو ينيل نظام قلت يوتيوب تي خلاص نمت النظام لان جنيني انغلت بار ما تشيك بن مبان مباح كاميرا با وهني بون يونغ نسان we can keep it for document so ngelda نمت leadership يعني امارك من النظام تاع يعني كيف جبريل انت يو عقد كوندكت من بيت يمبوك حال جوغي Philemon, you will be sit down there to judge. Nelda Maniela, okay. If there is any instruction, nangma ibego kya jama change this. Ginin kan nangin ya mar. Ginin bas. Ana bas butkalam pe nyala yorsa. Kan nangin na hene pe US da YouTube bita inda bukun the beautiful YouTube gine ko ka tulunda. I guarantee you. Ran kay mo banur ngele yan. Lakin ngel gi nyel investment be ko di wenenda. Even to banji in a murti event to banji event no nek Philemon wenne da event bita mayana manat to banji mayana to banji one of the best captured by the media makanyel da la ek mayana beur war bar ni makida so Philemon if you can help me maybe people will inverter again
Peter Mayan, Minister of Humanitarian.
Yes. Yes, Minister of Disaster. Why? Eke, nyali maban ngela wari amar. Ngeligin potpod. Maban mugabil ngel. Lakin gena mok kibas wak wo choge. Igin ting ni otmo. يعني منga kan yago aleli bon gina nazam din bon jile dirje ulo nazam da ngi katbara nazam da lo nang din katbara aleli ngan balgi sosotu wo da ihin on ya pilmun I halan ne gun ya mar you are responsible egin bal on the dology ani mon ngi ba e ba numtun renting the place you go and teach them with our culture you will work mar in numtun non kida nangtun kaya la libe on magaza maga gengin kan nangi on ben ehen mano nang oni makjid kalas you are busy with eng ning san keng lal ngelda you are busy with them lalde until ek ready the ngelda la otumur dan ke nder won ginning wen ngeldo ngel ngelig mo ba they have to have a system of ngelian and that system is the new way nang tang chulu ne ek tibar ali bisu ek nyelon no ngel chulu ngeja manyelte muñ moat kila jota amal ba lakin e olni bide ne manong jota ba le lan pangma pang innu igbo notun we want to send out as a safir bitana mange culture is a safir bitay culture that was safir bitana is an our identity it has to go to other people in this people is like this look at actually mon ngelba ngelekin almost ngelmo ban lakin gani yongi igin mumkin namulu gurus pe kalam da oda kalami narje le kalam bita innu building community through culture da jol pilmunda is absolutely right lakin it will not come free without it's not a pre-right it has to be leadership in place it has to be strategies that to be the culture in place there has to be thinkers innu ingan bo nungen event nangal like for example I give you example Yamar Kuranga for example Nangton in peace the United States all of us can yabal the gully or taken in Otin we plan ahead of time what kind of burung imbo nang yantan mahamun mahawai what kind of ngeling bo ngelin Nangton it will attract kegnikin including mahapon it will attract keg maban keg jid mo wenne including Magega Maha Agabail Mabanba. That is when we have organization community in the leadership of community. Like in this event, Warnangda is a can Banjaman Nunguba, Banjuan. Mabebes Niel to go limbo to Yabin Mage. No. This is not the time. I always criticize that Nel. Igin Lobo Ngelin, Bointe, Bukun in the Munazama Bitamaha Musul Nel event. Nibeda, we select the best mahangel otin lakin ikan bo ngel maban ngel da mumkin ngel to wokke wahaim bo nang maban uma tisgil that that was my own tag when it comes to culture. In other hand, our culture is decaying and culture begin day by day ado dunyalo or one of the worst case scenario is gender is destroying our cultures. And it's really it's not going to help us in the future. We are saying this because some of us are fathers in the Western world. Our kids already in the Western world. Like we are saying this to Makabal Banji Termaban Kunti. Can we leave them asan mudang kalchamaban badi? I suppose in Makabura Munkiyetin, Langek Manina Yevo, Langinwanianya, Mark, for us, Sando to Nui Wahanu Wanda, the Wahapanga Wanda, the event, the culture, the norms, the naming ceremony, the marriage ceremony, the food and the clothing, dancing, celebration. Wahani Bog the all a community, very strong community leadership. So that we go to Maya. Where Mengbal Lord, your Mena Lord the Genegi, Lord Le, Kanmaban Eng Budan, in Eng Budan, Male and Lord Malaba. Pana Bushu Gina Alodumba. Ginin is the lack of organization within the Maban. Umaban was going to Elba, Maban Urban the Elman K1. Like in what we have found, show the ancient to Fudu without organization, it is the one killing us. It is the one killing Maban now, the Yamba. Anything with organization here. So I always say, no, okay, the United States, like I always click the video and I watch. Can you just watch and analyze it? Analyze those videos. You will come to a conclusion in the Jama. What we are missing is organization and leadership. فأنا ممكن نجيب من هنا أنا شايف زول جديد. My word cannot be accurate because I'm speaking based on my own opinion. But I can be a lot of criticism. Learn the culture. I don't own culture. I don't own culture. Culture is there. And we grew up of the culture. Because of culture. Okay? Balna untuke because of culture. Yabalka yal because of culture. Again, yal on the nene, again culture and on. Again, ban on nene, again culture and on. Culture non the moban. Okay? But we own a culture within the culture. But in order for us to go and restore our beautiful culture, there must be a talk. There must be a campaign. There must be awareness. Leave alone Igmashi when we're not quarter of the Moban. Iginzadu, we are much better than Makabal Banji when it comes to some point. Land Banji, the way people are telling me, man, to lead mode Jaujin, there's no Barnamas. Many dear it turned though he can balke Moitation. We're talking about this tram. Is tram Shinukaji is the gun you must take Moya Shial. Mabi dig is tram. Is the gun he at the Yakin Chialo, Kagan Mabordo in the Ekambalkan Wunga. No. This all Menetan allow Mustabil acting jail. But when you restrain yourself, you take the leadership position, of course, they will know, no, we have to give this respect to this uncle because he's talking about, he always have a point. But Anna begin with Hina, and with the person Akrin, like I said, the one that it will not make sense to anybody. But I see in Maban as an do ba chaptan chapdi yuang pilamun jibelda ihin kedi do mahaban yang long tun campaign tigil do because absolutely in ma bal when that some of us will only dakti non gati majin ya by daktin muslian ba I dak majin and yedi I baldo ungyen wag kurkum Lani culture ma campaign ma 33 million people here in Canada. They all come with different backgrounds. Our survival of culture is very imminent. It's very, very little. But let us reinforce Makabanji Sanaki Yawa. Wadu Mayin Gena Zaman Maban the Chok to Banyi Pilamon. Tonganangaranda Maban did not went to Yutang. That was a very good call, Maat Yitangba. Then the moment the population is not the ama altama earthen tayaran tinyalada, kalas, you will produce a lot of mahiyin ekintuan. Right now, and sin yitang time, magalis dog wala udbukba. Pamahi maka benchon sorgolita. The entire and PP negative connotation happen. People become ikan balchol manu jagadir there. There's a lot of alcohol consumption to level with the one band that can balcumbo. Without you and your jablin kalam. Without you twang ya jablin kalam. Twang in the effect. Twang in the negative impact, lemara simple people. If we're not guided with leadership, some of them will kill, will destroy themselves. And we have seen it. My Ingalas. Even Mahazad in Maji when is a part of refugees. We did not come here because of Imben and Talim. No. That effect of mindset bita came. The list guy in my ignena. Yani, all high minutes large go egg you and Yamusul Indu. Mother low leadership bita mengatan. I go to Yazol egg free. How come you human you be free? Can Mimbo go to leadership Agyazol Hoy? Egg nubs to us. Egg walk to Mengatan October. That mentality balawen. Namimbo non community. It is very hard for some to come to agreement with us. إيجي نون leadership ده in فايدة بتاعك وفايدة بتاعي أنا وفايدة بتاع ناسنا في البلد. عشان كده we are calling for it. فأنا بجيب من هنا، فأنا بدي فرصة لأخو جيمس أكيم يانا.
Yeah, question Jibril the Jehguangi, Yatavan, Ki Jehguak, the Nwakanda. James E. Yani, Ego Pochi Bene, I don't know. It in Jehguak none.
Tin jige kenu pot ko pot.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, you want to work by sure, the Yumkin and I. Ginabal the Yumkin, Jehguang Ekiak Nene. The Taban Ikin is a discussion. Ikin Taban, leading point in Kotumbra, okay. Lano, culture number, when the culture break down, the confusion taban by the society. Watching the Ikin to the Yum clear Ninu, Ikin to the Yum Doten, how can we go back to culture and then strengthen our leadership so that we can survive the waves with changes that the Yum Kumbala Earth and Bankashiri Nen, Bartama New World Order. Nene. وكيف يمكن ممكن يعني culture بتاع يمكن to survive يعني فده يمكن discussion يمكن يمكن some of them ممكن mentions فيدي يمكن دير نعمل follow up questions لأن يمكن طبعا ماركو طبعا suggested إنه let's go back to our roots in order for us to move forward in other way in order for us to move forward we need to go back to our roots and roots بتاع يمكن طبعا you cannot lead without roots. Okay? Itaban book the roots in order for you to know the problems, and then you can come up in the cave. You can tackle that problems and then move forward or be an example. Okay? The roots one of the example in Canada, why not we can start something to be an example why can we be an example here? You see, what is the difficult? Even we can be an example and build a community, cultural community, and build a strong leadership. And we're going the cultural presentation, or training, and then come up with how we're going to organize ourselves. For the mark is very, very important. So, okay, are we going to start Canada, or we still facing the same similarity problem? Might the United States facing, might Australia, I don't know about Europe, might Band is facing. Even we can go back to our roots. That's the follow-up question. How can we gonna start in Jotno, Canada, so that we can be an example? The mud gig makabala tanin. Lan iging the trial. We need to trial. Atolo iging demnen. Lisa is not something that I think this conversation give me this follow-up question. In English we need how can we go back even though the roots with the okay. Only okay. For the can follow up question number one name. Gabriel talked about organization. And that is true. Without organization will lead to failures. Okay? Organization taban we can criticize organization even up to makapoden. Okay, organization can come up with the ideas in the community young thing okay. Also, wage taban even naman go na cultural preservation or going back to roots of culture. Even magdoten ma eng yabba. Lakin there has to be thinking around cave even can namul come up with the idea we can invent something like yam as to present our culture. Okay, without book the thinking, right? And book the organization. And organization one you work now, okay? This is the follow-up question I want some of you to allude on it. One is going back to roots. Well, roots is one of the example in Canada. Okay, how can we going to start in Canada? Is a how can we are going to start here? Secondly, how we can invent organization that can address Wakanen. For I think is a very important follow-up. As an England, we can have a resolution on this, before we move to second question. For a answer, and then I will give chance for James ممكن تعلودين.
Yeah, I think George برضو and then يمكن جبريل بيا. Yes, Philemon Tawan, that's a good question, you know. And how can we go back to our roots? Culture ihun wana para okun nang nohi. Wa ihun mo gokun at notin dotun banja bayan. Ihun balkan Canada wetti. Wa kef in ihun jotun dankun Canada nang kasan ihun bukun act an example. It is really very, very simple and also, but it needs a lot of work. The number one thing is that we need to forgive ourselves. Because te damage bala ben ikente we need to forgive ourselves. Naman ikin jenen te genene forgiveness. Yani jenen te genene and then da genem could ikin pokten po ya kef in ikin how we can organize some events ankasan culture ikin should be kicked in. Zema an example the community of Saskatchewan wete no ben maktabji wamun wakabal duan niños ten even though corona bala but we still managing akasan wakanen nangtan. One of them is family day. Yoman wakana mabede balkan gathering with a family day wa danang community with Saskatchewan when wa bordu naman keng kod burtu wurgante sare saba on balkan graduation in a different levels. Kan kasi ka dang to grade 8 at the high school, wala kan kasi dang to high school. Those are the wahayam nangnon even though kindergarten. Just as an achieve kegen amal design bita appreciation certificate on the necken as a part of encouraging them to do more. For wakanene yana lo ihun wah bong ng differences nen dal ne dan kete gors adat bala on ten da adat kebir. Yan the largest maban yumkin fi Canada hena fi Saskatoon bizat. The larger maban fi Saskatoon fi Canada and then followed by fi Ontario. On per gezegd hena fi Saskatoon if we left the differences and wah bongnen benen angen one community under one umbrella bita Saskatoon wa Saskatchewan then naman ik earth nang wahanen adat dihin dama adat kebir. And we have a very maka urukunti nyele bala ya dito kognen by jega bukun amen budan idea budan I will not practice nyel lanu nyel aslan ngeja bayan. I'm not saying inu ya balka loan no lakin kweyan ngejba kwe wakan tagi gena bala yumkin laltan ma yumkin I will be a student yumkin. Yeah. For that yumkin gena ikin dokten. We need forgiveness of ourselves. Anka we can build gihin yuang tinjitin bo parang Canada da unikin. Regardless masafat bala ikin to wetten en kan ikin balkin yamago na men ban bo gena nangten and we have to be an examples. We will do it. Nangten. Wes naman on wetti kan acting for any shell wahada. Family day da. What are the activities could be kicked in there and remind culture igen agena? Musa about in earthen choten told Dwangte well about earthen choten parent wahabal no. We need to do some activities that can show or Ankasan cave we can keep our culture. Wahabala banji nyeltambala banji wa waltning video ma we should make them as a wahayam kenyane earthen kanangati we can practice from there. Guys. Fa beda ang de bordu maki the graduation bita kegen da gina telanyan da balkin yem nyon igi yem gunyoy taban te balje ekin menga da dang te genga na diaran tole o ikin nang appreciation day for them wo chinga ek na san ekin kef inu wurga jetan tan lo ikin duang ne mal gina tarega san ma wurgan chomtembe dara ekin anka dara wurgan jetan there. We also plan that day celebration bita kegen bad ma kegen dak te wurgan te which is a very big thing. So in all of us, we come together on that day. Also, we should have programs, activities with how we celebrate Ngawanayan. It's not about handing them the certificates of appreciation, but also we should have some activities bita nyeltan yor wala waga wag yor nangtin wala mon at im piega o wokdak wala ojizatu da jeng ma balawet mum menga jat mum odon nangde oji nangde mon im waga okay yani da waxa yam kum bala yorg ikin tank san ngeten kegni keg bala yam kum wotte fa da also ikin dokten fi root bita culture ikin ya anka will bring us to the level bit in how we can yani form a community cultural leadership that can yumkin ikin baltin connection badag ima ban felan wakabala banji we cannot do them here accurately lakin lo kan leadership banji pochin wakaba gatin bala weltan bala lakin akinen tawan waka etti weltan chungen weltan duangan taban da gena juman nam nang tatama wona man ingorten den wana che den biga anytime kos den nyam ma day fi we nyi na man be duang to man nang juman unki and down juman ek nang fu wok wa kan fa nyela man nyela yam kin ni yew ni deug man nyel kos fa waxna la acca bala ke day anytime juman nang man chele na ma bes nyel bes yani it woxna ina bes wala nyel keda nyel bita niye keda bala bo fa waxa po taban kicked in fa nyel tan ngi nang tan tor nya lakin ing balkin nyel tan kan kois asa nyel tan bala zeme ko unan example yom da yani chodo kartum yani fi 90s naman ako ma jefa islame na ben ka kite ek taban ng eid bita sora fi June yom 30 sar yom 30 sar sita ek nang فاكن بيجا جنا برتما لجانا سابيا يمكن اثر باقي قبائل انكسان قبائل جون دنيال تنيلتن وايكن بالكن a very good فرقه جام اكن نون يوم ده فرقه نان باسا ده يعني ده فرقه يمكن يعني اسن فرقه ممكن قدم نيلتن يوم ده في خرطوم ووهبلا يمكن جنوبن دوري فرقنن يمكن بلااتي وارونا نمن يعني وهبنا ما اتك بانجنين فرقه باتو جنينيو وباي يمكن balya yam kinsan chod yeny ma chen ngitin wala okay ya pirgin warden lakin kan igin jong na kasan nazim pirga bala kasan bukun nyel to wahabala be duang zia una at kuma yom dag ekijek salam banji was ra'at banji da ya that should be a firga yigadim nyel da le mahanen mus iyi mengel tawal kat meden nyel lakin ma be ag de gena ba juman wala nyel juman wala nyel gatte da nyel wan nyel am milawat nye am lakin man igin nazim waga wa mumkin asan nungtun recording ya tabun bogdan fela firga da agna tayamba ma we can create that firga and then muktin mana ekin ya ndal da nyeltan and then it nungtun yani itawar la hadma yumkin dan marhala bita je gongi jibril bita chulun nyama taban nyelek bala nyela achenemba wogina aljana yomanta tabanda aljana musa san ajabni nyeleken lakin da let us look into our culture come the same thing we can do the same they did we can do lakin how ikin wa bokten we need our forgiveness to ourselves so that we can come to the point that in ikin akan maban nyodan tegena bala onik yong tinjitin dan ikin kat mur maka way at the go jala nene ikin benen different earth to gunta banje lakin hena fi Canada ikin antu wahid bas ikin antu wahid anka san keda bogdan belji ikin wahid da betna chielo kayf innu yani keep our culture la ikin doten to wagi ikin no kinga bala et ning bara akan while anything is not in order wa yumkin da gena bala yumkin yani gwagnan nyeltan bala gwanga jibril gwel fel in nyeltan ajumba yani China bala gatte bala chunkin bala machepi dukka bala machepi o chun wag ajiba wag katir lakin ginga bordu ikin betan balkum mosum bitayge agina wag machepi sax random de ba ginga balkum mosum bitayge fa ikin wetti asan balji ikin da chim bordu bankna banka peken kan ingo nang gatti kernga ikin magin banje fa kan ngam bordu ikin yan kan ngam bordu ikin dol kin jidin keda yemkin in baltum wahan chielba. But we can, through community, we can plan something. Kana gatti zato wala kana kernga manangtun planning duatan kelenda iginte. Yoma de chini ni chiala yoma sevdala yoma la hanen. We can do it one day of these days. It doesn't mean that igen onji baltum waha nangtumba. How we have a leadership in place that can bring all these together. Ankasan igen waha nangtane. Bogdan we need a people in leadership. Makaya kante يعني ممكن عارفين بالكم connection the baljabala cho your and then modern world now even as not balakin for us to do something. That's why we need to go back to our roots so that we can go forward. فيمكن ده جنيه أبوغا ممكن work the how we can go back to our root and culture. Yes, we need to have a forgiveness, but forgiveness and then we need to come together. Kayentamen ban fi Canada, we can start doing something within the يمكن events bala igintenen. وشكرا.
Okay. Yeah. Fortunately, يمكن تتومي. I think tunga wana dito يمكن مغني. مغني إيه لازم يورتم بوينو. بزاد إيه ما بلا Canada. Church ninyo. عشان let's organize واجيكم. أنك إيه دito يمكن نقدر نعمل دito يمكن وقت نيجي نتام نبغى leadership. Leadership بدم بابين نمن إيكن. Sometimes even we have to come out from our comfort zone and then build something that benefit even work with that. Forgiveness is the only way. Opening the new chapter. Even the يمكن وقت الإيتن ممكن نمتواجه وقفادن وقدوان وقبستفيد instead of dwelling on وقت يمكن بلا even وقتنجي. فيا جبريل يبالك دوانجة جننت ونه عشان so that I can give James chance ممكن هيك
inkan yon na ba ang ya na tamamba
ingtam yon njolle go gwang in jot no gore de gwang ek marco in jot no okay jole bit organization in bordo cave we can build the organization to be an example to Canada as I'm going back to roots of the organization and in organization in Canada as I go to work the for to be an example you need to start doing something, you see. For at least we need to do something in Canada. That can ya jolla ajal ya jolla kan challenge na manek gok ya inno ihu nang anka guang ek yam kumar gibel ya inno the lingwa boktin and let's start looking on to this practically without learn forgiveness ya we can do better things.
Well, as an even if you want to inborn those your mabante children and o ingaktin maka isigin abartin magi inma bara mene kete yani maka ina maka lulwingite lazim igin jotin sta jochin balaoke jochin we have to create leadership post. We think and then we give leadership and then we practice. You think first. After you think, you come up with leadership. Leadership is structure with how are you going to shape and then the duration of timing. But all this is very important in this juncture. Okay. Canada بالذات يعني قليان مزين وربوكم قليان إنه the land is so big and in China if we are together in Saskatoon right now as we speak Philemon we can go to Mark Talent or of it normal drawing board and then we carry out the plan right away لكن a distant برضو بيعملنا مشكلة people will like minded. People with like ideas, there always be obstacle. When I say this, of course, Yaos, Osila, or Abdu, Yusuf. So they are a group of us. With distant Amar connected, I'll be able to leadership bus. Leadership through, I guess, the Jacobo winning nene and another mean of communication. And physically, we will not be in touch. Garsa dayaw ginen nominen inkan bal no ne cielo warnande aware wage wakanan ning mo ban be Filemon the nyamagan manuel te yebda we don't need to go back and yeba gil no we create gig aw munk artificial wag nang to nom to ligi and then kalas dayaw ganat naman to pare And you can keep it just a cultural show. You know, culture bathing over here. This is a cultural show, has nothing to do with you. Okay? You cannot go back and no, we are saying, you know, we need to imitate a little bit of that culture to this modern time. The idea will be changed, but the original idea of culture will be kept in that way. Gina igbo nwenna yani zema zakarna an organization how to organize ourselves, because there is some disagreement. I believe everywhere disagreement with Amaban will never end. Yani ngan bongo na je culture gina is very inclusive. Gina very inclusive. Ran Yemen ban awal ikog jeng ban mana by nature Yemen ban yan. Chipta. There is nothing can take you out of Bulja Yemen ban yan. So Ginin is include you. What we see in if we want to start, yes, we can start to demonstrate it. Can Gatida is not going to be the original idea Banuvan, but we can be in charge of translations. That Zaman Manyel Kida people are not having Balkin the statement of what is Gatizat Balawa. But our call now as Kengban Balkin Mustawalina Chumnada, we can write pamphlets. This is how Kurma done. What is Kurma? Kurma is an event that Mabanis thrive in Sudan, carrying out every year, or whatever we want to say. The main idea of this is a ritual culture that people go to Riba early in the morning to cleanse their sin according to the Mabanis world. They are going there to ask for nature or forgiveness. This is in Mabal that we can in charge of Jaganen. We can keep in Jaganenian. Whereas the man ekinyel lakin man ma katu. You see where I'm coming from? Zaman mabanyo manyel lakin ma andum mana lo sal to zat man mana. Yes or no karma bas. Lakin now in the stage bidayno we can be the writers of Kurungazat. We can be the writers of Ngelguan the Nungtring when we can minga bena well to Pilamun. Ya Pilamun. Why your people are celebrating such thing like Kurunga? What is it? Can you tell us? Kalas Bina Pilamun will come and say, this Kurma thing you may not understand, but this is the Mabani's way of ritual way of celebrating every year. The main goal of it is people to go and confess their sin and cleanse their sin that they did in the past. There is the era of you coming to your neighbor and lend your hand, and there's the era in the timing where food can be shared. If you don't have it, there is the food available for everybody. This is not wonderful. Menen kana kawaje wala ginboring. Oh, you guys doing this now? Instead of Manuel Banyi Pilimon, you did a wonderful job by explanation, right? Igin makabal gbarada, we should be part of this. Maktabanyi no work. All these ideas, like Chungunda, work exactly, they have to go because man to man, I'm going to maban with them. Like Odin Chotoba. If you compare our timing with timing back, it's not making sense. But they are part of culture. But they can be reduced. And then you upgrading a clean work, the Duka, the Chunkuncha, Chamin Jibel, Ngelangela, Menachepage, or Monga Ngol, Daranongokeda. That one Jibel Mark Besal Kalam. All Gidim Nijim Ban. And Almem Mark Kun Mayer, like in all in Moala, or Monka Ngol, Daranongokeda. Igin wahanu wanda book the translation igin maabal western atmosphere we are igin yaw we reinforce even financially we can create a GoFund for Kurunga ban maban konti, and then we can organize making banji organization ang tumbanji ba genuwag da gintumena this pirkada. We can create this boing country, and they will be encouraging our young people. We don't need to dance in a lot. We can create an organization by by sending money to our people so that they upgrade the culture, so that they can amend some cultures. This is our role, Mahabal Gumbara. Like again, it comes to, it comes to leadership. Do Kengban Barabal leadership. In order for us to do all this, I'm saying we need to have a leadership. And the leadership, at first, we need to compromise ourselves. We need to say sorry to each other in the way that we forgive each other in other language. We have to forgive each other, and then we come together and then build Moban from there. I will stop here. Thank you.
Yeah, جنجا بالبا طبعا يعني وخنا تم وقت دود leadership تي إذا إيجن بوغنا شنو تنيما organization تم بيا بدم بيا نم إيجن بالكنس leaders thinkers within the leadership to make sure وخا إيجن بوغ نانتن culture and advanced leadership نانتن يعني جنا leaders يا جنا نانتن عشان كده إيجن يعني كورن جن and to compromise also إيجن تم بوغتن leaders that lead us to compromise and forgive one another. فوقنا واحد إيجن عند مشكلة بالذات بري وين وإيجن تاني قود يتنبا تينك يتنبا وبوقن ذاتن إنه منجا تينك ولا منجا تبا فده يمكن إيجن عند مشكلة عشان كده إن قلنا إنه let's go back to our culture and figure out in the leadership the okay, well, how can we come back to culture in order for us to build a very strong cultural leadership. Okay, فده يمكن واحدين إيجنون مشكلة في يعني جودة شيء بري وين بس إيجنا من يرنين a community that cannot talk each others will never succeed. وده يمكن جدا يوارس تنبلا إيجن ما بانتنين. We need to think collectively. We have to talk to each other. حتى لو إيجن بالك مشكلة ده إيجن ده يمكن we can listen to one another. فده يمكن جنا بوغنانتين فجيمس ونقول نبوتين إيدي يمكن بيني وديت يمكن topic ياو تقوم يعني قوامنا نين كيف إنه يمكن we can build يعني community culture يعني community culture of values وطبعا يجناس go into culture لسه so how can we build our community through the culture لأنه وقت طبعا يجنبون كنيشون وبقدر يجن دوتن أنك تقوم قوام يعني قواني جت يمكن قوانو نيني وإيجن قوانو ما طبعا بالنيتي ما كان يتينيو وما كان يرفع يوتيوب فكنا قوانين طبعا باليوتيوب because you know I organize the YouTube أنك وقت نين وقتن ده أتلو دمن it is a part of we can go back a little bit كان بالينك إيجن دوتن تيجن تبادل some of them will be adjusted even we can adjust them you know on the feature إيجن قوكن قلبيتي or say a kangwangning for the Malawi. That's the reason, you know. So we take it to the YouTube and Facebook Live. For welcome, ikambal kan the yumkin idafa and yolanene the yumkin yumkin bedi yani. Anki yumkin otin ekaparte, and then from there we can go to the most important in the responsibilities that we can take. And we need to own our mistake. We need to acknowledge it in order for us to figure out the leadership yani. فده يمكن بالنا فيمكن بعد يعني.
فوتشنا تلن طبعا فعلا يعني بالجبل جيغا بالكيني طبعا يورشن لكن شوية on كده on بالكن الانترنت ويا مشغول يعني أنك دالنا ده ممكن جمانة أنت ورندا يدي تتابع وحبال نان دكوا لكن يوم يبوهم كان سان ينيوتني كلام نبلج طبعا يورني كده جيك بالك كده كويس فوتشنا جنبا وكان تما بان بالكن بان بالك كسي يورشة كما خشين دروغ ده جاكو كول فوتشن لكن يا إيهن ما بان طبعا نيكن جيو وبس جولي بوه دنيا ما يكده نايك بدوا شال كانت ماني شو نايك دال كبر نايك بدوا كان ماني ييو دايما طبعا جينا بودن ما بوك دمبا لكن نيجي تجي إك نيجا معنا إك نو أجينا وريه يلا إك مبلا بيا دوك تكذن نايك بدوا e ku wo ti gokte o si nungde o si kande an kalle jule ka ga cielo kalle jule ka ga cielo o si woge kmugde wa aung taban pelan jiga taban wok dekke yan ge mumkin mukta nek na jiga yen lakin bordo nay kitawal go ko ekin tawal aktar ba lakin ek mumkin ek unda pangtan jesa ba wa hanang de da kois bas ek unda pangtan ni nyamanga ek na man gorte balja nang de ko na balja podane i men gel be urte ekide ya bos kureke ni yajen te balja nen wa jike ko go wa jike ada igne asa no ne be no wenna jike nen wo chene ni wenne lan wurgo bizat lal de da kasas actor je culture kasal actor je culture o ya zata pung mar na man wo akar jomania ase to wen zat o je ko de kda sabiga ya makka shadid yani illa bogdun ya illa kaman ki bordo kin lan je kanan wo chene ko da jimba jig mar ko taban ya putka lakin jig jibril ge bordo bungun de yakan rolga wa ya maaf ya tambal ke jige ke jigo waktu walakin yan ya boys kur jigo waktu kene kan kan ngati ye akad maban boys kur eke lakin kan ek go ko jigo se kan ngati be ye ek nung gen gelba jigo waktu kene gen jigo maban waktu kita tan jigo bal non gati maba yan kan men gelbal tingo non gati o si jigo nen nyalda jigo yene mana men men buok uchin ma ban nyam ba langin ji ga jit ku wo guok de ken e ke jot tu wo ko te ban chi e kda na man e knung de yalla non ko po kinte mumkin ma khabala dan gorte e knung yalla bor urtu te nung do ga ken wa khabala ya bedafa ji ga guok ngeke wala bu ya guok jibril ti jikurn gorte jikurn ti jiddu burunga be masili ma ban gen burunga ma bana nen inshallah kana aga burunga ni nyama ba lakin kalle aga burunga nang tini kan gen ngeli mbok nongen yang tan ma bana bala apirka ikin kawon anka yan miete dan kana ga gena ya burunga ma bana nen jolla ne e jettan ni ya yen jolla nen kalle aga jolla nang jolla kin yeo ya bor jittan ti jolla buong e kagate e ka gort manazam gelte e ka yuon chongun ta mbur yuon ni chong ka bura e ka pongo ko to balya ti ya banji bani hinda o se e ka ponga mena ma magde banji ge bala ba gere ke ma ka be na bura gene ki ya ma magde balya ta ban ye ka banji ma yigin ma ka banji buok mbes o ma bil budan pungu uchin ma nyam ba yan kani hindo tan maka wit kani hindo tan kani se yiti wala maka bor to bala shin bara ma padin to uchin ma ban nyam jiga saraya ek na padin to uchin ma ban nyam ba i men ga lang buon kune umde kegne umde o si maka bala shulan tegiti o si maka tanin da dal da jiga kubus yan ek na pad ba yalla kane ku buo nung gen gelang kama ban ut nyam ya alega la lir tu pe ki yor du manazam atati yim tu ma ban gotu no na chu ma ban bala weni o si wa kanang tan ma ban awa anka e ma ban mag de wa bala igum wo nungen kala o tu ni nyala anki hin mag genan da gen tolon ni yayen jihanen ti yaken gen jiha taban yan ya buha kale kawul na aga jiek budum ba kale ku na ga wa bala nangda taban yun gelte ya gote pipir ke gel keda mar pir kanene amaka siban amerika pike egna tolge keda niel tingel ge keda mar ya go kol mahanen ikun ban amerika o yor sia tam pochina jimba kan wag min ba waka wana o ngel min ngel ka ke egna tolge da kan lallen be ke na kal rol ge tingel men ngel ka zeda je wong jibril gibel ingul tingel ga yimba lakin kushun marf bal jabal yikin ta teishin yayen anka ku yikin nom tuno ko te lakin po ka ki jon na se go hunene kana ka bal jawor ye aka bal yi mak ni nyam lakin kan dong ni jite ki yi ge to na ko ong ni gen gele mana ka bal yi mak tamba jore jollo no muy taban wa ha fodan da wala pang tam fodan wala balje ma no kan be ya ka balje fodan mate ma jot ni chiong ba modug ya taban ek mum kun ngeji ni wa kale ka put nong de gen gel kale ka put nong de gen gel ngeje taban mani chiong ye ting dia ke bor de gor social media de bizate website betigin mapan youth association mani chiong mage yan balkum baligel baljekin again seke kusin mar fu yuar sia taban ba kusin kan baligel da balade tekete ko kuwalwe ya ngeje wa pone beyat mani chiong musi manyot wa kanda an kai knum du pone kene kinta ba wala mai kinta ba pon mo beyat pang men ni chiela wala mani ye wala mani dro ek dukda baljase yuar sia ek gowda modya pochi nek nungde kan shale bil ka bala mumkin ek buok nung gen gel ka lek jot tu wo ke ke yalla ma ka po ko mumkin ek na korte ek mbeya gen jige no tune lakin yani yum nyoji sidi ya buok baltini ke ko kanda anga san ya ting jige bala buok de ke yalla rawa ge lanne ni je taban ma ban an jig ba ji ko ba yani jig ba ji buok de ke nyaltan ma bana ga te menen dur ya woro menen wuok ya menen yoga ya yalla ne tuwa igin jig jit kun yuwartan mana kan igin balje ne ngene mbeye yak yuwon gi ndak tan teru yi to budan o se ke ni gin lisa men be bot pe ya bala atnigin nanka tnigin nanka yayin wala nanka tnigin yan igin buom wot nyam be lisa ke ni gin be ya to paywan lor de gen gel wa gen jige wo handana ek gobde ya tieng jige ke o ya bo ga igen gele kuno ya nyuth ni keke pochi gin jige wo handana
for James a go opportunity to get them kungwang I wa ngeji no important that yum can show the worga taban show the work is not easy wa pochi no I unkwang that yum can men beni ungati that yum can ba da ba wa ngeji no important inno terne bin taban captain jet bala wa kek pinjeg dim ingnang tenen wa ka igbo kan guak tan poden dalt barbaba o fi jole ge bordo go kage yani community will never progress without talks. We need to discuss, we need to come up with ideas. We also need to tackle and talk to each other even though we are so divided, you know. For that yumkin one of the reason on the yumkin we feel the pain of our people, we feel the pain of يعني بلدي يمكن يمكن تبر وني okay ومajority طبعا yes opposing some of our views and it is okay طبعا that is the right يعني يقول لكن قلنا نقد طبعا زي ما قوان مارك قبل you know let's do it by examples when we talk we need to put some practical action and واجن دي يمكن نعمل دي يمكن أنا نيجي نقول في زمن دي يمكن 2019 2018 there are things يمكن نعمل بانجي نفس بنين قشينين action طبعا we took the action في كندا وعندي يمكن ماتوي أنا بعد مرات but يعني at the end of the day إحنا ما بان جينا نعمل أستراليا جينا ما بان جينا نعمل في United States جينا ما بان عشان كده إحنا قلنا Ya jama, let's talk. Actually, back pangtan youth ya pangtan ya, it's okay. Come on, address it. Father yung kina balne you want to teach worgate, and I know yani, it's not easy. That one will be a challenge. For yes, even the yumkin, I think even we come to the conclusion of this topic, then we're catching into the yumkin. For even on autumn values, values talk about some of them we touch. You know, the way we live, way of our lives, and food we eat, respect that we can do. For what already we touch, but a question even we need to tackle now is the question of responsibilities. Okay, what are the responsibilities that we can take? Then again, you are certain taking the responsibility is one of the bigger challenges. Mabanti, min kan mokya musul, mother buwagnan musule aidba. Okay, and leadership always you will be criticized, you will be hated, but seems like Igmaban, the moment people begin to criticize you as a leader, immediately you can distance yourself from the people and disconnect and start dividing people based on group. Bala ita balawati, us group. And Guinea is very dangerous. The question is how can, what are the individual responsibilities that we can take kake maban to add the values in our community leadership? Further yumkin question ya boga igin the yumkin makachin nene we can tackle. I think will be the last topic mumkin we can talk about it. Last subtopic that we can talk about. Lano responsibility tambet one is you can take the risk for the sake of others. The second thing you can also mumkin distance yourself and let the people go the way they are, even though it can yumkin wrong. Okay, so or even we can add more values, taking the risk, add more values to our community. Anka waka even bo nang tinze jeg wak nignene the yum will be translated into action. So yum can bulk in different opinions on this. How can we take the responsibilities, and acknowledge in fig mushkal for community, and then mushkal community the yum can book the work with that. Yeah, and we need to acknowledge it and take the responsibilities. So I think you guys can weigh on it, and then later on, we can come up with suggestion and الليله طبعا يوم الاحد and then ممكن show يوتن after this topic.
Well, ya otomo jocha dan yumkin pilamun I mean Jibril yumkin ko de. Wa first of all yani ya go pochi na buna James ko ini wa some of the encouragement words yani guangi onte wa ya go pochi ne when remember ba iko ya osi on tedon wa undin soja yani anh pona ba pot watching yan, and this is the one of the thing that you can go and walk gelte yani gina yan ikma banti we don't appreciate each other kan mudinge nang gina porangel wala nangengel wala ingong na poching ganang inembo. And I think this is the way of learning, how we learn to acknowledge wakabala yumkin nang tinding, even though it's not that enough, but at least we need to appreciate ourselves. If we don't, then nobody else to appreciate wakabala nang tinding ba. I acknowledge your word, your encouragements to us, but I just want to let you know on makakin nen tawang wakun ng tijek kanti on makagagalon tos gokta mabando biga zeda yak makalas plus, and then that will be the bigger crime nang non chi dokunen dita o abalbo guang this the same faces. That's why people are not here based on wakabalang ikinekent on lakin on wakakun on wakun under majitin wa wakten ma kuntin mazato zema chioda chin dognen on kunkun ma, but ginanang non nen taban yumkin yuart tambayan lokana yin tamen ban ba yumkin to on bedin chi nyol ndok wen ba kan temenga ta yumkin ngayel na anka san gorsi your business then if chi wasting 4 hours with the gokti pon gabilo so menga zati don't care about menga zati yani und zati gena balaba, but it become our culture on Chin Nentian. We will not shy away to our community and community yani living in a way that yumkin yani doesn't even bring any values to others. Yani naman beti the community bala pag magega makazatu is not even ngekuma ba ngejimasan why differences but I can tell legitin or I can gena bala gen gabila au gen antuke nanga gena yumkin yani different bala between ya pilamun da haja staked nothing balkin zatu balkin kunage bayan. For that's why we are here James on balgnet on yani chulk majitin to wagni chung but we gokn now genen nyam it pon maget o pelanan jam ya ko video nyamu yani gena nanganyi no nanganyi yumkin at least magabiga yeah being appointed by degree of the dollar kwes maga being appointed by degree of dollar o dagena kan nganyi na nganyi sakit bis imagine kan ma ban jitin wa hawanate kan te ingbal kan zata mushi yani be appointed, we should be appointing people, not we will be appointed in. Lakana san yani we don't appreciate ourselves and we don't even acknowledge wahanang te nikne baya. But that's why you can see ngokun we agin ag majuo dono o majunga nono o ma on unkimbe o wahan da a disease anka bagwak da anko bayan. Fortune yani keep coming o ngeje ya ibizi taban to wulga wa almem juang imagdi wa kan yemu wiya kasan tiangja jahbala go non to Japan on that board learn ite yani you are more than welcome and namun wa bed wa ibal kan dian toria come and waste it with us better inchot no ke jet no wa yum kan to genga bala yum kan gena guag de mod gel imagdi o genga bala gena guagi on shinen yum kan yani maga magde yan fa pochin fa amma betente jolago ha jeg responsibility wala ya pilamun taban de jeha guang ni hinen we need a right leadership gonna leadership that will take the responsibility in chinen is good that Jibril is here as a dua bita yani eastern yani Canada community au Ontario Maban community in Ontario taban eka duang and those are the things the responsibility yaw mumkin kan ekt wen yan wo ya bordo shinen ya mabayit min leadership bala yumkin fi west wen ba ya bordo ya deputy au ya vice president bita community bala fi Saskatchewan wa responsibility always do in leadership yani personal au individual responsibility we should contribute to our community kan panga bala panga podan community uti nyamaya instead you take on your own way you can suggest to community leadership kan da jida eken biha lo kan jida baw that's your contribution guys like for example ya bugwang ita bang wagag nang nihin back in 2018 na montel majane isine pilamun bizat you came up with a pangago ha ihin maktanowe and then we did it nang nihin yani intugun wakati lad manangin was nangin atnya wa that's one of the thing kan panga bala panga yuar ci podan community magdu tegengelia as an individual or iba leadership to bear give it to leadership check justice to leadership guys wa Jibril chinen tabane ka duanga bita community bita Ontario wagbo wa guang nen for us to put in practical way ya ek mumkin balka adat tnazum kan gena guang e nangan on wetnen je yumkin after school graduations celebration yeah that's one of the thing in Ontario you guys can do that kegen dal de tuwage nyel gere nyel maban on that day let them gena man katambre on the wette kaman the same thing gena nang nona yom bita yani graduation day bita kegen wenada we should have a kegen mumkin ge gwakan laltan tinyel tan maban dan iji gadmu naman waha bed waha yumkin yan on chot ning nang genen ya I think that will be the responsibility bita ikin to put things in practical way jagwak ni genen lo nang ning practical way ba and I think him gwak na jeg budan wa nin da jeg mating ating budan wa imkan kan ga bala wa anka baguang ya the first thing we do is how we can accept ourselves ka ignak maban through the forgiveness process da yumkin gina igin dalten bet na shell in unten adat wa keg earth to walk the shell within the keg nen yumkin ge amma ha yumkin buwagan zatu follow us fi culture bala igin tadan kan nan kasan getan wa lo igin chim bacho den gen bal gen responsibility goes to the community leaders with the igin wete I will not jump to United States while I jump to Australia this time. I just want to focus in Canada was jema guang ya leadership jotu te was jotu te niti and then katibara and then as an example to Maya, let us put working in practical way fa yamkin again abanen leadership and responsibility though the akabala way community somebody like yani Jibril in east and somebody like Bulls in west and then the rest makabala yamkin organization bala was created and other than this ekin burnga jitne mumkin bordu they can benefit from there and if they are still existing mumkin ekin bordu waknan etan also altan in a practical way pada da mumkin gena bala yuar chanen yani gena bala igente telan ne yajen ya da gena tiang yotam baw wona adning tonko will make us gonka igin agum very weak gonka igin agum diahan Canada lakin ang diahan ba igin chonken at tonk yaw igin daltan balab igin agin yaw budan balab igin agin dog budan lakin lo igin dok ne nyo nan tan cielo it will make a sound yani jotabal nang ning tiang tan ma wes igin dog na kan tuning with kubunnen igin nang tin jota nang ning da tiang tan ma daltan ma ba tiang tan maya wa fa yum kan da gena yam kum bo opportunity diar nene the responsibility will start with the leadership wa got that leadership yani duang balkin ikin wate yani lo agene yuarte poche nanga san dege karangate ya let him start from himself and then the rest can follow wa shukran ya jetwan
yeah poche ndete yumkin to suggestion bitayi wa poche tan taban jek igin dalton wa balde yemanen ngesning taban menga tieng daba lakin the purpose behind this discussion in Kalle people listen. Some of the ideas is very important for other leaders. For Dayumkin, one of the most important thing I thought in discussion should be instead of even known privately, let's do it publicly so that Makabala community leaders, they should listen to this. You cannot lead people without ideas. You cannot lead people without, thinking about the community that you are leading. Let's go back, listen and take the responsibilities. Should be based on the discussion. Some of the things might happen and some of the things will be on the future. It might happen when upper hand. Father yum kin bal nene o pochinin no ikin yunanin zema yum da ingonin yunanin we need to do something in Canada. And if like I posted one time if we in Canada decided to do something, I think we can do it. Lanu balba ngeji ni podan last time I on wenyon o ikin campaign to the yum kanangam beta ina even though ikin dal kama banbara campaign mum kanang lad de ma ikin mum kan yotum bill or ikin dokum bill. And then we supported Atolo Ata Molwa. That's what leadership is. You laid us on that, But I think there is opportunity, even to Canada, we can do better, or we can do more, not better. We can do more. Is Ikin able Benos Ting Yadumbaguangi. But I think this will be the beginning of us talking about this. Lano. We cannot start from outside. Land already we got the criticism, we got the isolation, even though Ignang Maban. But I think this year we need to think about our homes. For in that way, even capacity, we can do more. Land on Ontario, yes, on Chungut. Yanatolo, 5 families there, plus Kegnos and I think we do more as we are doing now in Ontario. you know, best gonna bala cape, we can relate a chaos on when, and then we can work as a team, two communities in one umbrella, gonna even the young police work now. Like it seems like two communities in separate dysfunction, you know. For Jibril, you can jump in, and then you can kork earthen, and then the last suggestion, a mingbal suggestion, mingbal can jakan ngoya, the yam can work there.
Yeah, Philemon Awara, many Madigin, Akim, Yana, Adan Chija, Shidit, uh, we did not arrive yesterday. We are concerned Kengban before this time, man. I remember one of the time, or the John Jirewa, at the Jun nan kichi bartanda, we begin kayang naman kan ngol nan duanan, kayang maban duanan, kayang naman kan makapon ti bartante. The same reason, ek unta ma ek de kan matian, o jolenen ano, John Jirewa gunaya ka kalang faret. We took the lead, kayang duan in chen niya. Why is that lead? Because mini ikan anmaban mana genenang to maya ni tida ibog do ikan anmaban mana merga mut kama ban kan tida ay dum merkasi ikan anmaban den de ma kalam farek nun kuma ban banda ay was le nyakni mana wahan won da bog jik wa amale wikten yan makati jik tawan no igin we are trading ek ngo yang kwin teo wa yada go no I'm telling you ngin gene dal yor gi nene o ni la nistimur keda o ek ngo no ya ko no den yor gi ngo man ong ne but at the tikti ya brother Yan, I'm just joking the tikti nene badwa tawan ek week uli muting jeng mengawa urga is in our side urga ek week uli wag na tiang dawa magwag urga ek ne namake is a known subject amake is it non-believers or maka believers we don't know going back to your work na your topic ya Philemon taban the values what is the values ita maban the values the maban is for us to see our land. One of the best value we have in hospitality. Hospitality in Banmabanda is the best thing ever. One of the values we have is the respect. Banmaban kunti wa honesty, not lying. Minban kan jumjig kan you are maban drug ek jumjig datan ming go dibo ingut tu bangwaiti. Mga mina dito maban yung mina dito mangingan o si mina jumjig kaningi gira they all not the onti inyuan na ito lan tuwakti ang mina bedan gina bon jumjig tuwang bedan gina tuwang jumjig mina ngi mat bon mina jumjig. So these values are broken down. That's why ingbal kuane ingbal maga jibel pilimin go agol gabala jol maban go ong kaniyo age ek no mak os ek tienge look at this phrases ek no ma os ek tienge mana hena menina jumjig men urji won ya ek no ma os ek tienge as is two of them is a possessive noun is a possessive sentence one ek no ma os ek tienge. And this is a very dangerous society we are building, and based on this, the norms with the class already broken. Because norms taken, you can to kalwago. Pilmon norms the maban imino kurwag de kumwamba. You can get on banji we totally gini unmene. First, before even kan mongne genna gena kalli kalida, he or she will take an initiative in Gindok to make the apology. Ageke, Genin Yai, meaning because Omawai, they will welcome him or in his Nangine, Genmungan Muknanen. Like in these norms today, is it available? Is it available today? I don't think so. This is one of the basic norms Mugumaban Tabari. Can you only Wagmaban get Kaliti Eastern Maban in Yisani for where on in told what Matotage? He can cook it, Wilton. Like a mother girl burton, I mean, again, we are one. Men one gen we are and Kala Kala. Gen one daughter, my other, my eight wagon. Winter, Benitnin, we have Yakamo forever. Mingitan, nobody will trust you. These are things you see in our folklore cultures, songs. All gigbalon, meha egg actomin. Mena no atomi bordo is not a welcome. It's not a welcome value of Banmaban. No. Like today, our people are nunguhaninian. And we can begin shallow in this point. Yeah, and one of the things destroying us today is this: the trust is broken in. Eshini pilmon ana indukota tan de ramulo ajitan oneg. Umaban ikin the value bitaken is central to mineng. And these knacks da ya ikin yinyachat ban kon yin ben nanetwen nangwen. Igmurin gin bentwen igmurun yin the bentwen. Laki yinda amud bit the culture is broken ya pilmon. The cultural amud you to mabanda baun. Amud ni electe wala igmawal room kantida. Allah this danganin bum tinji. That's why maken yin yani bum the dang maken ya gini warnang say we are looking now in what's going on. But in culture we missed somewhere. Our ancestors down to the grave they are complaining in the king because the shame is one of our values there, Philemon. And don't take me wrong when I say shame is not a negative shame, it's a positive shame. Maban ikan nung niya nagibu gengbal warti war murdu I ignore agdin raj bishigil na. Lan min ban min eng bizat is carried the shame and the shame is muktunyin. The shame is logic asking, can I do this thing? And it is okay for me to do it. What are the consequences if I did it? Da balakaway in doing. These are cultural norms mugo eket. Kawaje kan yod lainte yod lead and goktoba. O kan dem ninyo min boy ngul nyarag no. Lanile ek boy. These are norms bitama. Igin ba hwana igin balkin ya Philemon. I'm just going around through the norms alinta guteda.
Yeah.
The norms of them norms are the unwritten law that sustain the society, right? This is it. Maban balkon ya Philemon. Maban mina enda is an welcome norm. Mina omi is an welcome norm. Mina jamijig is an welcome norm. Mina no tomi to kabao is an welcome norm. Lakin wakanin we are now endorsing them. This is why you see our culture is not going nowhere no more. Because this thing have come in. This thing I'm coming. Yan ichi murder nungen. Yan one of the worst example today, Denzel war ang. Yan ana bijib akwani, uzol bijib yamule jirima fil bayt bitay. Mana da yorgin zaman nung on mo. This is the culture we're talking about. One of the misunderstanding balaing kachinitwi, maybe even in the small diaspora, even the Western world in general. Alela, if I invited fellow Minban Onora, I will have this sickness in my mind and he will do something to my home. Is it? Because these cultures are broken. And anybody who broke his brother's home, manamina na Minban bayani. This guy is not a Minban according to our norms. Yani, he can unmodek leng ninyo. He can unwash you mameneng. Ta? Kan unmod leng ninda. I agdumin bana okay iwan culture betigni. You're not even following the culture betana. You are an enemy to our norms. And the norms will punish you. So, these things are the reason you ask norms. Norms is decaying. They need to be renovated. And to renovate, we need to go back to our original norms that sustain Maban. Remember, one of the universities in the United States go have Maban marketing in London. Os Maban ringing beto. Why? Because norms with the can not in Pacific diets. amtin amdin munasib amtin lakin now ihna se morn ngin nantu bita amdin automat tayara ne wa geza wa hotin China ma maruf and we become to alienate we become to isolate maban amdin yor aga yahi amgi killane who told ye kan ye mai ngam to barale gal ekin bo gal bashanu kalam farid lakin no waqi yor da matama we are encouraging in yor that ma who is very strong like culture. So we have to go back to our culture through food, through clothing, through songs, because through songs we can also maintain the language. If we sing Wagyor Tubar, folklore, Kawayim Balkanian, folklores there, folklores, and Jegwe, Jegtubar, all of them are beautiful for our language. Dan Ingbong Gok Tumba Jekawayan, Ingbong Gok Tumba Jekbuin, Kanigok Jamaban Galayan, Itagal Brunau Sagat. Gal itagal Brunau Sagan Nejwa. Layazol, and Mabga Brun Malo and Fish. Yani din waxani wax dal o sa ing go ni jeg mu tamamba jegor ekni dange ekni wenne ekni be wenne min wala ban jamin ban kon tinga da yong di yalla ba kegni se jeg wak ni ek go jeg ban wala mabro go jeg wa fa this is one thing I ataning ni learn time pa asenarja wora ya Philemon. The value of Maban is dying. And the value of Maban in 70s, in 80s, in 60s, and Maban out of Maban Bizarre was a very expensive menu. And then physically very strong, mentally was very equipped to deal with the situation. But today, it's not the case. Look, my is when men tutan ma ita mabugaya kana eng tutan tabanyi hinen ita bugaya. Talata khela ek berpa mustawa bit bugaya la banji. Da shunu yani. The mountain, yani, the best tunyi bas. It was a test designed to test if she can handle it, right?
Naam.
Mana maigin na Philemon maigin kanta tayan. Asyan kina, there is nothing called new ideas. New ideas that the technology kulle kalam farik. Technology will not change us. We need to go back. Maban, goktul maban. Those in Maban. Lan yoring the out the you're achieving a kinate. Wahakinate Nangmage Nankinu, the strong community like native community has to be destroyed. Lan Ekabal Kijol Juang. My egin Chok Juang. Without Jong Kawayam Beya, Ingbal Jong Dolla, Ingbal Jong Tadde, Ingbal Kungulan Yaya. We don't need all these. All we need is philosophies. Philosophies to enrich ourselves like communists. Like communism go juang balaba ingbal puk no worga tela, and scientific thing has to be on the place, right? Igin the yaya go na ek no wa nyal ne be da tung yoddi. You can know in one tomorrow. Then we want to produce food so that people would eat. Now, today you when I say I don't criticize nobody, but we are criticizing the culture. Mamok to the lead to sa mok ci mor ngi mën mëdngek mok ci mori mën mëdngek mën ngek zaatu dakal bu nafs an-nizam maana yana shunu maana yana inherent Maban is inedible. Our community to fall down to this level is very imminent. It's going to happen because can inong criticism ang iyang gogok cha onle mabig yugun to magnong criticism ekin bogen you have to agree like you have to be a part of the Sejaya that in the Merg is okay, Nankanin is okay, you are a good guy. But when you try to be different, criticizing things like this, it's not good. But by the way, my last message to you, Ekmabalge Sergoli, Mbibzat Ibal Pikulejin Mudon, try to take the good part of the Bible and try to preach in a different way. Magabe Niel Barda Perika Meneda. Nel gabalawa ed nungu yel ekpete wajolla shabab be kullu limu kala farg ni chongna they have to go and see krasat to mwen kalim mudaris. We don't need them here. Be quiet. Some of them is still youth. Let them go and finish their education so that tomorrow they will be preachers. For Anna begin min hena, I think I talked a lot, but our culture is dying, and dying, especially not even from the diaspora point of view. Lakin banju wodin maka waktin magi leaders barngi ma buang amabilda. They are the reason. They are the reason killing our cultures. They are not leaders. They are no leaders. Maka commissioner walchunu, they are no leaders. It's just a lack of time, yani. Inu ban ya ekmbena ekna duanga wa mena duanga ag example. Ezata duanga wa yawanu bajeka work ni ag the commissioner wa. If we apply the criteria of Masulia, anamabgun grib magalam, let's be honest. Mena way ban mabanda, the mena atichiga, mena be sympathize manas, the banji, mena be asking the do mbalwene or wurgan balwan din mena way ma wan. Lakin ma cheapest burung pon ek nyang gon buang irtama ya said al muawaz. Ya said al muawaz tasuni azul. Fa anyway ana bagi menena.
Wala taman gingo wala. I think is
Apple kata ada ekte pilamun.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, I don't know. Yentenen on to when igin tab matul ware. Yani igin burn waga on bayan. Warche wette keranga baranga kerma. Yani yen gana tab mokina tab Mahamud gin fi Western Maban waktu wan. Oh, lakin ya bantuang ngej bayan. Besara bantuang ngej ba. Wa hal tuwa wud gin banjida. Yani keranga barat na kerma. Wala yumkin ma wala waxan elbar fi social media wetan ka ya burgenna karmana fa minna ma bed burda karma ya zatu yani bin gwant keda ka minnen say yani bukun balk mushkil ba yani ngek jibril las bur karmana ya pang ik matal war burna karnga yan am meta assuming yumkin ma yani tekit wasan yumkin odlad de cho joni balk bari mahana karma yan o ta yana bala yani yumkin tadane ne wo gojalo gwange ga yani ikan gog arbe yani iya burnau saga dasi tabon chomji magge burnaun ai naun dali go jawai yani mo burun ga wala ba ag naun kan kois fa waxane ne felan yani ilo si ban buñ ko go jeg buñ ba i felan burnau yani wallahi tabon gena burnau ne mana ta mushkila i bent luwag ya yani si kartum ba
Maka on the yaya yung dag mago ka ma on the yaya
maka on the yaya bade waka bala ko in kartum taban pilamoni chona yani ihin majuang biga yachet on lurtana ya yani ake atwan ihin yani hajat keda i mata ga tafam bade maban balkin miza keda yani izata gwini gwanya be betang bita masula bagwanga yani kriteria bita egne be ya commissioner be wa dita yunkun guwag de wanna fa maban balkin je guwag tan watan je khanalat mi wini guwanya ya nam be nan bita mosulia lokan i engbe api gortu be bong je yan eng ba kani mo ke ya ai magen wag ma ya ko nji war horto je khanen inang jo je khanen inang jo fa da wakaten mabante wa genen ila dem wini gwanya za I eng ne ba I wakta ma I eng ne I jebjiten gena wag ma ya yang kon warta da fa ka san keda felan leadership banje yani you need to ihin bukun balten yem core of the dress yani bizat yani current mahafiz da is very very way far from mahabal zat we de zat barau yani mazat nang zat mengar te warta ba yang par zat ya we need to have a code of yani lanu ya gog jehnen le one of the thing gonna bada yinte ba one of the thing ya taban kan kanisa gel wette and then the first Christmas celebration bita kanisa da imagine ya atata karfitta badla wajadella lakin al-gisis leading church yani leading pastor bita kanisa wata ben just yani panile bita golf yani ya kalas mo bo ngi yela do kazatu ya mini ki eke ya utata karpita wa ma'arf wa burung wa badla wa ma'arf but we need to learn code of the dress ina ma agda mahavis yang I gorsa mahawe wata enga ohi you have to have something very close to them so nana naman ek beti chok iti قلت بجوان تور بيان اسمع في البرد ده قلت ما بجوان تور يعني
نعم
قلت ما بجوان تور يعني ده برضو another thing بعدين يعني no jegging بيتن كونك واقع فعلا يمكن لرتن يعني و ده كان يقدر بس يعني barang برد كرمن يتكات يوين تبين إيه مثل ورطة مرنا كرنا I don't know maybe كدوم يمكن كيو يدوم أودونا بل برا كرمة دي تنجي جبايان كرمة بس تيجي كأن توك توكن تيان ده جنا بلا western ما بان يا برا ولا كان ما هو تبلا sinyal buintang بلا برا كرمة angka ngeja balak ni matel wara I think luga igna shiale ya luga igna is really very close and very close to igna to work there fa gena bdi tabalnen fa ayo kidat yani igna do mumkin do nyaman jetten don dian tol wa khlaq tin ticho de chin yani wa khadiyan san mabala gorri is okay do wa khabal be igna oktin jultin jega san ler tinan wa kort ticho de
No, Igma, but show example, in agenda dalton, we need to talk before it end the night. Mumkin can chat at different things than Jagadrium and the Nam. Did the Yumkin Jaguang a crede the Hagiga. Lano Mar in a manirte, Yamdak on Taban Ben on Ekmokoma Kartum. Yatam Ben 1993. On the Benin Taban Awalgin, on the Benin Damazin. On at non ke da bartama yani balkan yer non en timo catholic on enyin juman on at ne alberta share bani e we yang tampalat and doctor da we umgnin ke da bartan ma bayin zaman o tampalat umgnin nyal ke on donin zeda kalas mago ekti da maha ekti jong mena eden wala ma dul da ya masalam ba ya da yung julli gaji kita tadi kai mendengar gitu ya agak kai mana magabal dul ya macam mana maka anyway nen gaya maka dul ya namanya I didn't nama band ya ekber urkut bunba urkut yang ba urkut gina ba fa they categorize as yoman de nino na yak nino de nele yani lan ya loin tu wala nele you know fa da yum kigina balle fa ikin namanya doten fi wage bal stigma bal ingli kate and wakana ignon to mushkala ka de igne nai lano iwarnang agdi juang to yet wenne baden describe maka per babagwang itaban ina manyer to banja cha ikan engni jalabia tawal untin ta ga dace aga bartal shi plan wo izat na shi ba okay ukani engni galam ni ye wosi waye yang tanek na sipsi ma eng you know borgin mabta idara da aga au barta usas or molana or unti yente wo ichi kefe ke gawanji yani ichi ni nyal kotten nyal in yente da inai but in actual inai yente umba bes yani it is another way of inai faginene I think bagwangi and dressing code ban need to be changed lano you cannot mai atike again wo I many way ekumbo choche ekum yekente wo I adze ma ibalke yani the pochimba is you know people will run away from you for we need to bring leadership in the label bitamako kan yang bala okay we need to have ordinary yange karfitan zaten sakana jifu banu banda yani I don't know zaten da ya mushkala you know you need to be in the label bitamako fa da wakane I think book the night fa amma dole bita kurunga I think in work da yani dita yumkin maka I think in tol wart da I think in barna kurunga wa itarjuno asan gina wakin bo ta nyal tingi yani we need to lan wag bala kurunga kill or chilk or jang or jang wakin tam ya for wakin fi yin ge tam bala ji bok kan asan kida namban manung oknung grammar for wakin tam bok digin we need to have ina lano gina mokchan taban immigration and zaman bita history igin taban Nonachuri taban there will be changing of contemporary language like in Canada English with Canada parliament English with America you can American goke is very hard for you can Irish goke itieng jaba okay fa wakan dagina English like in taban based on Nonachi and taban there will be some contemporary language will inject with the daily life and bartanekin when the kawajan taban every year taban new language will be added into the language. Wakanene ba ingong jegena kan ingbalkin yani مطبق بتاع بني يمكن هو كنا يعني نون بتاع مترجمة جينا وكا نيالت نيجي تنين عشان يمكن بالتنين عشان إنما من all address people you need to use the common language you know فده يمكن هو من وكا بالنا فبوتشين إنه يعني it's better يمكن ممكن كان topic يوني and then we can chat a little bit because in can تنجي يعني
yeah
but Philemon jole work there I know you catch me up but I did two things that is I get my banning ingo na mak o mek os mak ya go jege ne yake a jege na lo ni mba ban jiginde da bana jo war ngo na mak mus maba to emba to me ba mak to ma wa burdu jolla ka kernga in na kernga lakin jolla kerma da jege mba I think jege ni maybe makachi wong winti or makachi pe bay ang ni ngo jege na ngeja wa wal wog du film mago ag jan bart na jan wa jan wa kil bart na kil wala bart na ogzad wa chela bart baran kun kida wa chale I chela nyak na nyam yorsa fa wa hanu ndo bogdi jeng nyamo ma taban nongi translation ta loga da they do not encompass they didn't encompass the entire dialogue location bitaken yani طبعا I personally believe in took the mila lo in kasi tuwa in ke ngilen in ke kongon and then ke bana chuo man ngir man drog ngani kida طبعا these are different location with different dialects nyak tinye in to think ke tuwa tek ber gene oge ge ek na mawdu bulo yikka on ma ban ber ne gene yikka o gene on ber ne yika on ma bal nang ek ud broge yika os yika a chelwo tama yika da waxa non bal na diyar ko ma yika bala lakin yika da taban agene pare yufta fa wahanin bog di jeg mi nyamo bog di debate lakin yi gokko jolo kwes yani yi gokko jolo kwes I really love gong jol nen ya Mark I like the way you said it you see yani jeg burginda big too much ya Mark o maka on maka chon bi jej that we cannot keep up with burgyang the Canadian dan karakter ya ben kaway na yom ni ya Mark yom ni ke dan kaway doesn't care kan ni at le ci burga be men to lakin wa hone de kartum nen wa too much ya Mark deg na lele de
Ginabala, let me close the discussion with Aikid, and then we keep talking until we can continue.
Philemon. Yeah, one of the goxes you are all in the air and all.
Yeah, please come in, James.
One of them now, another. Poaching to your luck in a year, Pelan, your mum kumbal ka tunga la tunga actor to your lane to enba. Like in your leadership, taban again a podan ni yayen. Gena show kumater with yan kan even balnan mahaway ma a leader. Bal yihin yu wartan jite o si kan nek kan kunang etan podan bay mana in chi mbala maka yan maka balkan mawa ama ikun men azat balkan men huwe da gena bal yu war she bal leadership taban igin ma bante ago ko teshin ajima o penchine yajen bal jase wa kanda yan igin balkan to mushkal da mana ya taban nyal da gene root cause ya wa leadership lanne leader bite igin balkan understanding ba ek balkan level igin maban yan duwatan no nek no na bala kaziya bala ba mena we ba da wahid men weakness anka igin dalten ke wagni shongun igin mumkin yan balje bala ngetin jiba leader bite igin tab boy yig da actor yan boy yig wa mena kuwak tamaga leaders taban kan igin dawatan tubalje ki general ya mumkin namna pokka degree bita ya taban actor kasas mumkin balje leadership wa yuwar shi tam poiten tuwa dage na nge jena nyama igin maban tu boj yan igbal kum boji o chungwa chunga igin chown jitu wa taban igin bal kum trust wa tuwa igin chown jitu wa yan kani bo ko dunangen yan gen ya nang de lieda sana yuwar tumu don mena wala parba o si exact miet ka gen nang de ba uta wahid min waka igin yuwar tun taban wala igin etin ma igin tam balkan bamiyan le ye guwang kanji ya gibel yan ma igin ma miet sababa asi sabab ni igin kan igin dotun kan isi jiti wala kan weniti sabab ni miet ji ko podan ajik show ba yalla kan leader chukujik mai chukujik da te mangawan lurdu weniti labuda yani kun gin imena wangi ni mamiet ji gitken yalla ek lurdu ti mana kan yak mi ne ji gitken baye dalangi ji mai da shi lurdu gen gelwa o ngi sini gin teru yi taban asan min ban imiet gena wore la illa kan min iwan dankin imiet wa gin wag man wa haya yuwar nya taban challenge bala igin tini ya yenen nigin dotin to kan bala masila nang deke kan ban America wala kan banji ban maban wala kan weniti nyalde ya tawan winyiti gen balje bala iginti yana unke wakaziya bala yimgiti iginti bala ba balje wan asan lesi igin balje di yuwart nagate men gel jittin do mata gata ay wan ya ang leader wasi ya mumkin ma ya mugdi wala muksula ma ya mugdi igin gel kalle ya mumkin wore nanga sacrifice to maya no podan gel lisi men bala wor li yalla ba kushin illa kan dita bayana ungeti balje nen taban wen yuwar siya poj peñi ba o station balje ko hong da wag man waxanen gen waxi dal tanasa igin yan lisemene igin bas wog igin dul tu muy waxanen e xapare xa borde bo wax jiet gate taban jieg igin woxate yanasa kan leaders bo ngokte taban igin balkan respect ba leader to ba yan jiega wog tu mum kun mena win mani shongun mum kun yok tun ti jege o si wena ga kala e gidare mum kun mundi yo da kala si yatan mo gok si jwal gel ba lan ne jege da manyiti wala a jega mum kun ittifaq da mata ba kan igin doten yatam mum kun ek yortin je ek mum kun anga mamman maka yan bi musil maban yan ta bulje jignin ten buru wen taban mum kun onkanda bani shongun ek mum kun yatin bidan wa gwalde wa guwak deke wa banje balayan واحد من جينا ممكن يكون عشان يكون ممكن أكتن معها وما يه كلا دل يكون جت نعكته يكون نعك leaders وكان يكون جل بالا كلا يكون يكون ما يكون ميت نعجيه يعني ميت نعجيه أو كده ميت تو commitment نعك تنيكن وسي يمثل أنا سيكون بالك نمية ونكوم mungkin tang ku mane no tang ayo igin may yit na gi ga ti ye non kan yiyo ni amush kalba kan ya bal kan tang ayo wala ya bal ku mate wa khanda akuma ya bi musil ma ya obas mana kan may yit ni ji kurken o si kan nan tin ek num tin ek akan nga wore na igin ek kep tin ji je bala ba yen ga o tan magate agate mumkin ikun partner wala partner dan in kan nta may igin wuci may igin yam ya dagen gena fodan jola na muy taban teru yi a kenente wag ni shongun gen wa halal tamam yag mumkin tan non koman je jola ko ngek agate yenta karma wala karnga wala gina wala bordo te yanga yang burgun tabana kenen te teru yite igin lorun wa jesa bay kama ha bayna amerika da yom daga e kiya miyana da balje kegen mana da wahid gina men wahala la ma won kan da kenen te borda se ji wen jibril go hujiyege te balje kawajin da gina balje men balje bale yan igin lorun wa won kan igin bo bi se aktin ma ka podon igin lorun bordo wa won kan da ye kan ngi tinigin yinye ka bala weneti genne nal kan lale ya itiyenyo wala itpon asis yebe yang burgun amush kalba kalikun mena win engdin podan asan burduna manay nyuti ma ka poken yuartan magate mena ne gen mena win lakin hal burna yang de wana kan ngi ye kunu tagate ya enga sane balkun mushala na ongye agena podan lan kan kunu ngi yibe ye da ya mushkal تبلي ينتي نيجي ندور تمرد تبلي بلجيكن مكسولة تجيني جوال ركوان بلجيكن عادة بتيجن كالسر بتيجن تجيني جوال رتوان جبريل وان ولا توان رتوان بيلمون أكيد تيجي لطن وان نشون نيجي ندور طبعا ما ترجم برد شوية إنجاز منو بان ما ترجم تي كانيهم بوكن ما ترجم بلا نام تنيجن nang tan maban angka aga materi ma wore musi baltun pon ni tum ni shiel ba taban ni ndo tun jiga onda balkan mum kan bulji je mi chongon balkan per i jige ke lakin bor do igni do tun gini jig ma ban wala ni shiel balkan per ba mum kun wot ni gin rum na akar budan angka balkan mushkala lakin kullu gini jol angka ni ndo tun gini wag man wa kai hindal tanagate aga maban baltun bulje ni shiel gen wang man wa haon na man ultun igin wa handa igin men ban yaltin je men ni shielo kala gen pon renen lakin kan igin mashilan je wang man wa haon yaltin aga bulje ni nda makois gen ne da makois da wahid min mushkal ya bala igin bordo daltin yan pochimba igin do wala no woni on wahid e ak bordo gen bulje leadership lan leadership go to wa handa leadership go to wa handa anka materjin nang ma ji bible yi to wana kani hindo to na gale ye baguwon ya ne yenye se SIM nang course bita materjin pan adis pan ni shielo maka mumkin lotu mago kagate materjin yan kani himbal kan kanishan ban ngirin o si himbal kan urtu gumban ngirin aga oton ma wa handa lan le tugo wana gin tugo ig nangun wa handa tuk on tugo tu gabila waranda wena igin gortuno yan atugo bele igin yak tinjiti magok actor geni jittin yawe ko oltun to wena da geni bulji bala anka gen bulji fodan nen wa da juwangi maktin je hanen wa base ko wok titite anke ne igin nangun wa iwa nyal tinjiti e ka fodan bele o se e ya embele anka san wena mumkin ngi ta magate igin be musulma awore aga jiga buwak tini nene jiga buwak ukin manyam o se waka nang tini nene gen waka igin buwak ma makta wena mumkin yan itpon actor ta tanga leadership lekin kan bulli gel bala ni ma ya igin te mena ci men ban ter nene botwa yola nangui ya buwaka echebes example ge taban ya balka ma hamun gut ke normte o si balka bordo ma hamun gut ke ma jubate mena mu ke norm ge ya mien nagate agate ekken taban normte teru wi waranda akan iya kasinor iya mena kasinora mana kan ek mbuok no gengel mena wana nyaltan je mena parawa ultan tiji to wal osi ek nor no wa handa nor no bala shi weniti balkan nizam gel nizam nang tan ekin fi kullu mayune ek mbuok kegne kin kegen bala non ka bala kana tonku worga o shi kana waka ekin la yim bin kun duwata nan ka mugma ekin ego hagate ekin balkin to manizam yan kasas le yint norne o shi mug i nora ti i poge yan kan i nora ge bala weni ti munu ti gengel aga manizam nen tawala ekin hagate ekin a pada ti kuma ba ya bordo balka mena mugu kegen majugo ti go hagate ekin bordo bana ekin aga nopsi bordo balka ti manizam ni ziyada o ekin gortu wokti a keb ekin gal wok ek magdati o si ma ekin ut ti nyam yan ekin doshi wa yan men yam yen nagata ekin balkin ta account pokku ta account yan account mumkin ekin doshi bil pikullu ma yun o si account wana yan ulje ekin bordo kan ngate ekin masilan pokku kege ekin paktan tu worga o si nungu kan ngan pokkin kan ngan nangtan ya ichen masil ni na ongle ya ka dog dun diyar je jolla guwong ya gibel mana kan ihim balkin yumgo ihim buokun mokun maye wala ihim buokun mokun maye ne ihim nongtun wage anka dalihin awul jiga ga diyaran wala jiga ga diyakan o se kan ngai ihim kan ngan ihim buokun maye ihim makten aka gena tolan anka ne may ngorte wala maka po ngorte dala ek mbeya nyuktete o si lurde gen jole na ngoy nen pochin yajen
James ya pochin de yam kete je gwang ni ngoyo igot already ending show bit again wa I think magan yam kemenga balkan to yam kan tokte فجنبالد يمكن يبغى وقت وين بوتشين ده يمكن بلي بالغني هنا وعند ده يمكن articulating ideas بتاع إنه يمكن أوتنيا موكي وجيك organization طبعا بتاع support ورجن وخيم بوكنان تبانجي طبعا بيا based on the community organization يعني organization وقت ما عنده ده يوم community organization لأنه طبعا Balkan North American Nuer community, which is every 2 years they can be election, and community organization is dealing with wakaze in a fabrimen Balkan political agenda. The same did the yumkin kegen Equatoria, but when Balkan gonna bartanek na ESCA. ESCA taban is the Equatorian community organization in North America. Yani every year ek Balkan conference ya nangtan on to when Canada or nangtan for United States yani we buying community work ogene kan lilden ona on matching dogne yani for 4 years on balngo in jama community de yam kichini na da Canada or the United States the Australia even when it non gaba even working community the bigger umbrella nyal wenne Balkan branches yan director of education, Balkan director of humanitarian, Balkan director of health. Community nini is dealing with the community, Baladiran free countries like United States and America or Australia. But menga buong jakan namba on nang kanage mama odunong duwag kapurchin na. No. An organization is not operating in that way. Then even we want to build a successful organization, then even we need to look at the structure. The structure, one of the structure, even we need to form a Maban community in diaspora. For instance, Makabala, the Bansas Cartoon, Ekbal community not dealing with their local issues. On Makabala, when the Balkan Danke, the province, when we are dealing with issues Bala on to when. Lakina Mambe Abdigena, Balamaban to bind walk on that. Ma that need a coordination between Maban but of diaspora. Income bank organization, then ignore to Muskala when. And that is the problem Balaking Band Burwen of United States, Canada, Australia, and maybe Magaben recently for Europe. For the Yumkingina, Yarden on Unkuok on the energy market, let's form a bigger umbrella controlling Ikmakabala Burwen, Baltan chairman, Baltan secretary, Baltan, Nguyeke. And then within that structure, Baltan humanitarian organization, director of humanitarian, is a disaster ben banjize disaster ben ze tolda immediately director of humanitarian fee maban association or whatever in that diaspora if the wali jongdi will come up with the logical argument with the paper in ya jama ban balkantel maban bogde mang yalla leadership nene ya bisan al message le makabala ze community maban community United States maban community in Canada and maban community in Canada yaung bedan kun makabala in fi province miete jama ek imbal mashka bil kalim ning in wenne ya chun ning o dinyar wo dena anka makaze min bita director of education you should know keng mo ban makabala buang ut pag degrees akam keng mo ban makabuang pag masters akam makabuang ut PhD akam gina director of education in the Maban community in diaspora gina ek ya dealing with branch 1 but gina menga nangbo you see naman ongok jek na ongok jinjek anjin jek yo kuntuwa kay for the gina challenges bala on tene James we are facing a real challenges with the ideas that yan igmum kun katumbar lan maga chung wak uchi fada yum ku gin men gina onong muskala musa chan maban ba bil ba maban mum ku bal ka bil ka ekke pakte to worgan nora nine the milk ekatoran that mind the milk I know their organization very well ig maban bal ka bil ka kidi imagine within short period of time can ban mum clear 30,000 US best can best usaran dear unkan ignon wo da in a big umbrella banu banda mum ku wertning wak bindun akuma keng mabanum pakning worga bindun akuma do one the man without akuma but need ideas and structure and organization fa dayum ku gina bal nene fa amma jik matarjama I think topic ni mum kunot ning yom na yam we need to talk about it lanu zay magwang ngi bel language taban time to time change lakini it doesn't mean market even noran mabalkan kam bibles kambal kam bible katir lanu noran bita igin bita eastern japan go da tuge kambal noran ti unity state ina okay lakini ek wa da noran dink ci ya dink maluda dink padanga ma balkan bible ek men dink greek okay it doesn't mean ekra dink fa waganen bas bok digina bartan kawaj nage understanding if we understand each others the difference baling the nene will be addressed through leadership whether in the church leadership or in the community leadership or within the administrative local government administrative leadership for wakanda both the leadership and understanding then ya balka urgan go hagena let me read it for you guys and then mumkin makata mumkin somebody will come urgan taban go hage the four agreements of wisdom and one of them is said statement go on kin minabart ma John Lennon living is easy with eyes closed. You see, that Jolly Guang statement. Again, living is easy with eyes closed. And then misunderstanding all you see. Yan tijeng man go hage, yan chudu tab milchi naman wunge, I mean wunge, I don't know, like, you guys have to help me. Wunge midde.
Wunge midde.
Yeah, wunge midde, chudu milchi. Like misunderstanding will be all over. Yeah. Life is okay, but life is not okay. And again, exactly mabant. We are living we are saying that the life is okay, but misunderstanding is all over in our community. It's better we enjoy life. You are saying it's a good wisdom that we should be applying. For yes, jegi podo o jegi tabang bog the kanu. Kenguban, we are in the good numbers, Berwin. And numbers ingum clear to Gengaba. Like Kintaban, but Jekingong Jekina. We are talking about the community leadership. The moment you in the idea, the first thing they categorize and Yapur Madafilamon or Marco Jabril. These people, we tired of them. We don't want to listen to them anymore. For that but only the Yom Yordamba, we are looking in the structural leadership. And that is why we are talking. So there will be a time that we will force King Ban to do the structural leadership. Then even Dr. Ethan and Wakbura is a Ingenangambayan. For the young Kinabalan Pochin to suggestion, but we are taking it into consideration. And there will be a time that we can do it. For Yadidim Pursu Ingama answer, and then Igmumkin we can ممكن end our discussion and then ممكن get person يعني. إقبال
onnen.
Okay.
Gene طبعا كان was mute. المهم أبونا جيمس طبعا يعني جيك أو جيك نيربا جيك دوان أو جيك أبوغن كان جيك ذات أون بوكن بيت كتير سان ممكن بجيك أبوغن مسائل أوني بيتا ما همون كده that's وحنا مسائل but that's real لأن they لكن شود كان يوارسي there's no other way as an ingoy la te gabili te masalan bang yam kan gabila chulu nan kaya pochin o iwarna ke da yamkin yan whether jat kalega bita juang zat yamkin bonai jitnian ba je ka guak de garang let us drop crazy ideas magazat pun go dar ma walking ag the arab even juang zat jid bayan ba ginnen bala ikma bantian we always admire or to go person than ours, you know. But je huwa gene felan Equatorian gena barang pilamun iska yani nyaram ba tel or Equatorian church ne adol already brawan. They don't care about kumba like person adol on to brawan yan. So inaman odenan kabala ban kabala duangan ze bana chene nyamu barat na Winnipeg Manitoba inaman bedi community leadership gabilan benafu sa yabes lanu ekna majority wa eken anka yaw benafis na maligin beten the democratic luti taban ikin pontan ekan tawale yan wa gabilan yaw fi Winnipeg Manitoba was Denka and Equatorian. Since community was formed in Winnipeg Manitoba mafi gabila diaran gel ben ang duang yani without yani Denka or Equatorian. Lanu ikin nam gokon Equatorian gabail lakin they came together a Equatorian wochen the nyoun na shell kan election ti ekin wochen da dank luota men ekende. That's why ekin benafus dinki pe nan gel mudum bala duang niya ngeja kois wa why lan ekin be shell ekin yum chufta yani gabail bita yani Equatorian bizat ekin be shell even though there's yani differences akab men ekin zat lakin still yani musla bita Equatorian ekin nyod wok the shell dinka da balkin yani kep nyitin kam dinka bor ma dinka bargazal nyod ba totally nyod ba kulukul lakin am bed agduluti regardless yenta dinganda ekin lazim ekin yoda yin shell yoda poran shell fa genen mong nik mo bante tabana waja we will never ever asan min ban be shelo da min nasab kwes jolnen guang yamkin marhum kisi guang inu asan min ban be shelo da min nasab kesumba guang kisi wala chenen lista yuart ning bala atu guang mage makabala yamkin lisa men chi acha o lisa guak ning ke kit garnen o lisa at men non. But what is the way forward ankasan ikin fail and jetin anka betin wo da shelo ti yenta go hagi untu wala ka gabila nen wa abuna James ya chinen taban ya felan ya I visit the United States yumkin 3 marat كويس وانا مندنا في بنا برتما ايوه the first time عدد مبان عدد ممكن ايوه براو ليف alone يعني ستوم ليك ولا نبراسكا ولا other states ايوه براو بس ايوه براو كان جيتنت بالجمن بانيا counting in organizat we will build schools we will build hospitals ايوه بس لو كان جيتنا جنا إحنا كمبان we will do bigger things than other tribes كويس لكن جنا بالي إنتبه yes ما يكتورن بكن أسكا and then dink bit a will balkan a will federation da dink a will purpose a will federation. That's all over the world. Ma bet Australia, United States, Canada, bun kan walk in the Europe. Na manek bet luot ke gena federation da bun kan waagda. Ma be san luot federation bet ek min chot duang. Min luot nek na a will federation da pone ko moshi banja ting de mag mahazat o the chief parliament junta nek de wan. The one ek makazat yahu yani mu makna san min o the chot kakimente. Lakin ikin da no. Ikin no. For example, eka yumkin ati churn bad malong bita northern Bahar Ghazal. In 2008, wahya bala sifter bita SPLM. Naman wah benasan after the first SPLM convention in diaspora, that one was done in Winnipeg, 2007. That time I was Yabal Gigi sifter. Balainet wa namun wah ben about convention on taban yani wah ben on code ni ma pengete deng aljo deng aldo da yani kan was with us in Winnipeg wa namun tieng ni bal yo jik yo nji kak bi de septerte ege chuan namak san e bo yo to yo de wana kan da bes musla san how we gonna get in naman ek od junub ufelan nange wa ek church in kakite for 3 months after junub was elected in parliament bita wilaya and then become a governor of northern Bahar Ghazal after Paul Malong Tawale. He was with us. Maka ek church federation bita will lakin ikma ban boktumba boktan genamba pangtanen nena chingo honen temna tamno wa as I said earlier, we will not give up. We will not yumkin shy away ankasan dita yumkin jehag work the nen some of them will be in place. Recently a to parchualan ikan tiang wala tiang ba manya ikun wan kinte machualan a manor da manya manyeng da compensation bita nora tune in the lines of Duri gabila wan mawar da it is the same face you see nene katam na job naman katam na job asan dar namda gnene asan job baltan kun very powerful message lazim bukun kan paltagi mina yam da gnen to kun da duang bita maban yani community diaspora au maban diaspora duang eke president maban diaspora ya yam da gnen lakin te boja baw nina masalna magge yengin ulna nakasan yam da wurganen and then go kadara jama bet na share san ing bat ni structure ankasan gena bala be oknan ing mu ying burn yotn wala mudingel jong ankasan initiative ni ing burten ten be structure da namun kun bal in place minute what na duang bit maban diaspora da is dealing with the issues like that kan ginga bala benzia da kan buong chin condemnation letter wala chiun go na shukran duang te gena bala nang ing te podan wala kan chiun open letter to Mr. President. This is the person who gonna do it and then signed by them. Lakin gen igin mabante igin adon until when igin with pokten bet na chielo to tackle wakabala zatu yani concern igin ka gabila min henal had banji can't bukun bala. Lakin I don't know until when. Some of us already even done 20 years ban kawai even though you at work but you can learn. Ilera wage waha yumkin yuar hiti wang sa da imun fulera ya an kamar viyon bal igma bant nen ayem gena an ngeje bo jeka guwa gi james ne jeg du masail ne masail mieta ek da ci bere nen bal gena ngena te baneke iza kan jubon ma jubon yani yani nyowun e cingengel waha duang o banyi nor nyow e cingeng ek ma bantan ke yon ga chene ko 20 years nene this is your message on tian. This is your message on. Garane guang menga fi 2008. Sirit gel ne yumkin eki asina menako asina. at tieng na banj guang Charles Quarren ag mon chudun bes yahu ben enyi yahu amara o e jin wetenen yahu norm ben yahu wurga ekan o denjin wetenen ek ma bandak na tuang anka ek dende bere wala ek bal kan nga ma kan nga nen ekin wa banj nembe that for 2008 2008 wa masiji mieta ong ek ni chinen ek bal nangena ba je ko gi nyol nga aga dar pungde makwal mahma ban maktan banj bagene ek felan on ang terap on ang wang banj but what killing us we are not listening to each other tiang ni otong ba we are not appreciating wa habala nang tampang tambala modikin ya jama pada mangiyak tambara makede ya guak ndas guak tinjit yuang tinjit keda duat nan tabal duat ning wagda then let us do it let us do it Abuna James on will not give up until wagem wa guak no nene will come to be a reality wak nangtan even though mayohon is still guak ni nene some of them yauchi in nen kiu nen on wala bala work wala bal nangena but it's okay that one here ginga bala gena bartan kawaj na freedom of express you can express your feeling min waga min nang okay that's yours ibal ka hak ibal ka lakin man ikun work na wang alternative bitak suno majible na hena da wette alternative gena alternative suno wang alternative again suno bidilian isa kan jeka guak dia mark isa nena jeka maban magd genga ba te bidil again itian come here bedwan this room will take us all kan ingin ang miya na fada te ko ngi jwet room nen tun tong wo ko an ing tieng ng wo ko sukra James ti jeka tai inene jek duang wa bogdan yan critical thinking and how we should yani wa chialtan okay wa chialtan 20 years that is not again garamba kan inang ganga te gabil ba at least nang ganga te wariyan but some of us just this is shame but maka bes mate na par benten yumkin ko in fi North America na we can learn te balje bes ko ronto wanga sa we can learn it doesn't need you to work it yo tenen
نعم الجبر اللي باله
Yabal.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah,
but mahane chura nek ni warcha ba ya pilamun ek James yak Jibril chura nek ni warcha ba I don't know again para
Yabal.
Ek chura nek uchi bara I think chura
uchi bara Yabal. You know pilamun awara jianing tong jian mil or pastor or evangelist men ek ben taman tamal madu modo on taban jon won ko on jot tabare mark nyuwa gene on jot won ka lakin pog kona bartama men banen kange ke pochinten box on as mol no pog be do it ang we are not giving up bal bu war sinene on pog ci go nene on yum da gong nga enno kenyi nurga in banketta kani nan gane ngi jan kenyi ko ga banketta magay ben go age pilmun menek on the right tan non bart ma banketta ka eke aker bart na banketta denin bart na adariel because ketta at the end ay ga min ban on non lami on ben banji on non lami lama bal gulguk yom lela on non lam on with non ni magay ke ni mga bal idarate keke jodi ci ek banji la yinin yaay we come a non critic bita nazam banji ban wa me plus Marco Pilemon we don't believe in one ban banda bet solpa do wala bet mel kalbo ban mo ban mara egwane war balkin mal nyirambo wala bet on the diaspora ba. All we need is leadership bas lan ban mo banda ibal ko wa mal ba mo don ibal ko wa katir ilel lo intol ne bas ne kaayete bas inom di talim lad ma inta yan kun jidu bunta na wa kala kal nyon dalje nak nyon is non renewable resource dalje nak lan balkin mishkili kuntum warnda zat ba nyon dalje ta ing go ne kuntum warnda ba lakin lo ing bal nyon baling bin kid warnda da e jama on ud wen ma ji da go na on mong na e jama nan dup nu kër ko ba kal ke ngege tin lan tong da ba da tong bi da lam da ba da ba kal ma ge tin wurgate ba isine ne lay tablo ke mo ban bal bro fi diaspora lay ci bi yenti parle ma on mor du jolle go ni no tong me matru bi ci da we can bulk organization ke mo ban we can lift you up because you are the future of tomorrow, right? Now on we going in bilka untum bil nyonda let's develop something jamat mud balkan on nung criticism ketip some of us even nung criticism yani back in days in alama alama bita maps da alama very confused gunna ya khad shunda Allah wa kalam farik min balkan wak podo lema ban untun nunga Allah was bomb le yani he mobile ko quiz jolene ngi filmun we discuss about this. It look very small like it's not very small and it's a symbol of one banabal kinyon banabal kumpum banabal kaya bana all kay gelag bangal teyo banabal kyan gateya fa igin we have a long way to go my brother. We have a long way to go on go nene. We cannot go on control leaden mana something is high. Chalit mo yo non lan mawon jigi wop garang na bal nang tuong ke mun yai na jole kia na buon mo neke no na kudu be rambil gitu po lakin yung magarang intol nung imda bita salam ba na uno berda amaka ka unen garang tun maka una maki din maka umda waka win yai so jigmar ka wara yimin buok yung ma poniting teman talambo yimin buok yung poniting teman talamba wa ahna good on we are not leaders but we are doing a campaign of awareness. That's why Ingo Knaje culture. We are not leaders yet. Well, we will not be leaders because we are on two bala ban chung kumida on it all the nyalsan mob in your yuartan on that being wa haye di nyalsan yuartan mob wa ikandagi you didn't act agala demo ba like we are telling you ngenga ya banji we are telling you our culture is being consumed by other cultures. The awareness that namulu. One naman knows good. Keng berichi lum juan makachi pi diaspora. Ena, to America da. My brother on Munji. He can jual earners, pilimun no mark earn. Wallahi, he will not have people. Even kanis that can pilimun was ya mark then madin legaya. Di da makaten jagwe ka makaten ka. Ma tam maban bal njol ke wa ma legal makaten. So don't try to do party and invite us. And he invited us, you invited in manin per maka unku on the way. Minga bewa. Pa yani one time on nung agreement yeken dok tumbra. Lakini nyak tinjola yin mabano. Gening nyang achi go nene. Gin gawal na tulong guang marken genene on yong yan. This is it's not good. Genin no iwan tamat jikr kepada. Genin luming tamat jikr kepada. Dabor ding nyak tin. In gawin magalam ding pang isba norn buang islam maban norn bale pagulguwena wa saning bahang idara nyuri wa ko maka thinkers maka idara ma bukun active ikun balkin maka bartang kawai na think tank ekni abri force idara ekni hawo jego na I gene be ne ni nungten guaktan nungten organization ekten idara biyeng ta look these coming events if you don't act like this your leadership will be doomed badak untine guidance being gula this is the tools how to fight it now on no we are on we are making awareness jama chuk chod chieng manor no be ne go be chi wenda this is the rightly claim with the land here this is the land claim systematic land claiming igno ni ding bija ek be chi go بكتر بعد زمن معنا بعد زمن نكني شفتها ويسيني من موظفين بان بجيب كفر ده كان be the president محافظ or محافظ بين أتنيم ده they are not bothering with this they are not bothering with ban وخبالهم عليه لأن they will not come as leaders they just come to loot and that is the culture of Tajun Sudan as a nina kalam fogo but we want you and the others to join us I really happy in Ibadan honor the bedong da you are actually giving us a strong moral as an unknown dong yan you are contributing even though in your national balg national wa lakin wujud bitana maana hena bisijil innu we have to do something kakeng bani yan on we are not giving up madgi ma bal juba they know us some of us one time wouldn't again second sometime ngutek bok lan gina miskelek magin miskel maban won wa ngis kineke magek on makabal juba on in the ground mom amal nam in Nasdel we have a ground that we cannot break this ground and on that ground is poniban mabane so pa jegi won ko is moda igin go nene tawna balka maya maka geg no bidi ya eng menne telefoni eng nene nair bal no gengi nyona wa gën mgen mawon maka gogde maka wik tayni tam bala jego ut gogde bala ciri jego on no ngeje telefoni ya non na bal gog jiga no ngona jota pa ya bokta on we can prolong you but time to time please come with us and we can go together like this until on in your population kabir lakin our aim is keg maban keg ndirnda geglan kat jamadin this is our aim gina mong non ba inti wa winwang shoye leadership and leadership da ya it talim without leadership we don't get anything so we are aiming in ban maban da kantuma lute kan dumas ma ludu da wallahi kan nang juru ma ludu ing we celebrate wallahi nahn jib zol al bisut maban wa ingot nung debate man maban kunt nang madola ket nung debate bita mina ka commissioner zat kani mok cuma zol kina map yani zay ma barang na burnaw da ya itab kede arja lehel bita ya ita zol burnaw sai ita fa ana begim menena lakin I really happy in ibal on wenne igin taban iwar na chuyo fi sargole yalla on ben pi bonga wa yamudo ban sargole ba lakin I do know picture bitak brasi fa anyway igin bal na chial tongte wa tongin bogde holistic minister we aiming for a holistic minister to take place we want a church that will eradicate the property mental poverty not the physical poverty mental poverty that we need you to liberate our people because Mahatma Juang they destined to stand up for Wakayinian no who told you Jesus went to church and he overturned the tables who told you and table yam ni mang wal numera and e ming ko jimbra and yach tam lo nyum dag ya but when you see the church people when you see the people of church are being consumed jaga work mbada itend ya in no yel ngo hon ba worgo jongo ko ngen da shunda tibta pa ana bigi min bid filmun waxa itkallam
ممكن coming to an end of our discussion. James يدي يمكن go opportunity نيجي طبعا يبال في studies on يعني يمكن work in يمكن دي يمكن بالغنية شير ونيجي نبغى نين طبعا بين طبعا بين شاركولة. We did a lot of things يعني يعني بن شاركولة and يعني كدل نجي تندي نيجي نبغى نين وخنان نين دي يمكن I know وان بين برنا the same problem طبعا some of us face في شاركولة تم وكنا برضو بروني يعني وده يمكن جن من جنبال نيني but إيجن طبعا يوتنبا لأن our destiny is to make sure إن بنو باندا secure وإيجن بالتن يمكن بين بان شوتن بوك يعني we don't believe that Guang Jibril Gibel we don't believe in banu banda chot de akuma gel banu ban chot nin ke ban pok yani and chot na man igin de yam kumbal tan pang tan yak tin ka inka ke no ban or even we can deal with wa khadi de yam can igin bo nang tan banji chot bal buren tam pare yani ke ning ma ben ber wen ne chot de yam kan ne pare wa zema guang tani yam da bordo yani culture when taban is a little bit so difficult complex easily يعني you can sustain by either يمكن you can cut them but that's one of the things that can ban on we are facing a big challenges but when amma ninyamo this we are looking into structure banji the bala okay lanno igna man nirnene Banuban is one of the very important and strategic in my own views is economically is very strategic Ibalk Bangala, Ibalk Ban Sudan, and then Junub. And Bennington Yon for corner. The only thing we need is how we can lay a foundational administration that can deal with the institution banji. Wa dayam kina bana lakin gina mong ng banji many da do own nasab work nene banji nene. The ways dealing with the people is not a way that we think can help Maban. Yes, sir. For dayam can some of the things publicly we disagree with Eke. Nam ginnon on yung nam ben ang wani. That's one thing made us become upset, and it is better. We need to stand up for Banuban. Land politics, we can put politics aside for now until the time we can unite. Wa can one of the reason in on dalnan ben. For amma last week kan fruit kan been talking about the church, the role of the church Banuban. And the role of the church is one of the things that we are thinking is Kanisa Aga is strong. And Kanisa Aga is strong number when there is a knowledge within the church. And church has to understand the spiritual itaman at the theology. Yani it's theology is spiritual reformation. Yani Lano, there has to be spiritual reforms within the church. And then the church has to deal with the people. Lano always Taman Kanisa dealing with the social issues. For the يمكن واق من وهبلنين but كنيسين طبعا is very weak enough to deal with all these things but fault بتاعكم لأنه in my own view it is the fault of SIM كنيسة ده very weak in leadership لأن discipleship طبعا مبا in the early what they did is the evangelization, and when the church only have evangelizations then what will happen is they will lack leadership. وده يمكن جدا جنا ممكن كنيسة يمكن تنين لأن compare كنيسة يمكن كنيسة بتاع إقوى ويبين بنقالة إقوى بتاع يمكن كلاوي يوارني نانغتي كلاوي طبعا بالكميشنرز بانيك ما كتير دورين أو تشوني نسان ما هو أنت طبعا تشوني جنا كلاوي في طبعا members بتاعكن دنجين 1 million and something when I was in Dilla, for Ekapurgi ascending become ascending churches, يعني become ascending churches the missioners okay nang SIC gaba SSC always depend on SIN okay for eating we need to go back. There is a reason in we need to go back and also يعني زي كما كبر يعني studying theology there has to be a way of reforming the church. In order for us to reform the church we need church leaders has to have a discipleship يعني and they have to teach. Okay, learn teaching taban balkin jekan katir. So we need to teach people. We need to, equipped our people, our members with the knowledge of the gospel in order for them to know between right and wrong. Then Banubanda, you cannot distinguish between right and wrong. Always when I look at Banuban, Kanisa Banuban, we don't know is a does the church knows between right and wrong? Well, the leaders, they are not teaching people about this. For Wakanin Kulu work in the book, the reforms, within the church. For Anka de Yamkin, Wakabal Nene. Ikin Katambara, Ongejinona, on Chindokin, we believe that one day, Banuband the Yamkin Potter. Or Ponatambaya, changes, it will take time for people to understand that what you're doing is right. You see? And that's what we are seeing, because truth sometimes will be twisted into the wrong. Well, that's what we are seeing, but when the King Bant when makachung wak kon nishiala and they block their mind not to listen to any idea. I think we're getting on go home and we're going to go home. Again, Galaj Kule, Bogantian Jolga, get my Jews, so these are the population we are facing here. And lakin waka bala be waka nan da yam plek ni waka and igin da yam ki yotamba fa da yam ki na bal nene wo ya gogo pochin da yam ki be ni na lela. So what we want to do on the future is we need to keep talking. Okay, now presentation in short videos, or we can make presentation in discussion. One of the things I want us to do is a self-awareness. Seems like igin tambal kumushkal fi surrounding of us, community be strong, community and agri strong, more information with our surrounding. We distance ourselves from knowledge, and Maban, they want to operate out of knowledge and out of respect. For we need to equip our people with the knowledge and their surrounding. We have to know, outside the box, what is there. So why we need this? How can we connect with other communities? How can we bring the knowledge that we learn? Like, Baguang Mark Gibel is very important. Live standard one is a school by itself. Lan ilal tama hagi balawati kan pig bawun no odgingeji and mungkwar yang awenne yung night. As go in the trucks but on Canada walk we can do for Ottawa. Lano they are chanting we need our freedom back, But they can mietake no be no bali hagida bala. Fa wakanin kan lalan to wenne yan in a practical life idwang banji maigmak, yani leadership da bogde min worga ba zema gwang mal leadership bogde min yumte leadership bogde mina inga ngok executing lano listening is the key for success. The moment you don't listen, ibal to mushkala. I should get in another class when the lesson is, you need to listen. You see, but even Mabantam, we are not listening to one another. That's the problem. Even if we differ, still we have to listen to one another, because what you have, I don't have it. Even question Kambala, you see. But when you ask and I listen, I understand, yes, there is something here, and that's the most important thing about the listening, the power of listening, and communication. Land Wagner dog is very important. One is listen. Two, you have to communicate, know how to say it, and then third, know how to write down. Land the key for Waganin Tambok, the kind of even thing. When I go on time when there is a freedom, people are busy with everything. And they don't care about what we are talking here, but can always, and we talk about the issues that facing us, and it's the realities of life. For them, for go to final words, and then I think in your to win. And if there is any topic that some of you want us to discuss in coming days, I think we'll be able to, do so next week on Saturday. But in that way, community leaders mominga buang bayi to ba. Lakin gene ya buang ngoy nang tinik baden. ikimaka bala Canada. So let's do it in practical. Suggestion on Gibelda. Yaboga ikin to the yumkin we can have a meeting. Yeah, in a privately ma Canada perkin. And then let's talk, let's talk. Even community leaders there, yumkin Jibril Nene and Mark Mumkineg Bulus Miete. Unless, Genitumbalkan private, even we can do it in a private without taking it to the public. In that way, Igmum understand in Otnyam okay. Land media in can decided as we can do it like we did it in 2017. Okay, let's do it as a Canadian. We did it 2 times, in that way, in own capacity we can do more, and then people follow. Yeah, for them can get and yeah, when the work coming on go to your last word.
Yeah, kwes mungkin jojo go pochin taban go pochin filmun for your time and creating a nene san igin bet yum kan chi inje nong yan instead yum kan menga ngi urte urchi pare o yum kan yani nuk tu pang je pare bes o gonna over ke balawa but when we come okay bet nong yani ko ibur se ko ya bara ikin tiang nyot no lert nyot nya o ngej a lot of people might be balagoti au yumkin gordo baden as long as ganna bala youtube te pa ekena mo beti gorokit yan urga kan jitin na un kede yumkin gen kwad nyallo if they click it there then ek yumkin tiang de jag wak ni gan yan kan balkin jit kan ya wo ngisi ta nek balkin jit kan mo baya nek jit kan work tigen wa still yani nek tiang de ba wa ebo pochin ya balka jeg wak ni chomba let us continue you can continue yani coming here spending 2 hours 3 hours yani talking about gonna benefit ikin kagabila gonna wa I think we are not wasting time yani balba waqtan yumkin mageg yumkin yani de ikin maka bit kitirngin yani balkin gonna waqtan ba ya bayt chin konon wo wen wa ikin chin konon wo ba we are doing something that will benefit us in the future whether lo ikin ba kenge when MYF was formed yani balaba eka achinento ba it was just local but in a period of time MYF يعني طور لحد ما بقى أنجنا تلن بقى organization في كنيسة داخلية even كده بوكن اقتنع تماما إنه MYF ده يمكن يعني did a lot of things يمكن يجي مجك ما كشينه why still doing that until now و let us just continue talking لأنه sometimes يمكن نانجته يعني يمكن مجده يمكن ginga kan wak de jek kan tang tiang dim kan joe wak ning de ning os be wa kan ben ache be na nyam kan ben nyam be je wak ning nen will benefit in the future ekin yan will benefit ekin in the future wa an ka dit gena balnen mod ga yani modern baltan kep nyoden modern baltan disagreement like disagreement that ning dal tingot yelten igna kan ke gen me sheltana bayan still ignan ke gen men shell ign gen men ban even though ya bal nang gengel gena mumkin iyani yamate ilisa modon yat na ba ilisa kawon yat na ba i mumkin bokta te gena bal nang na yani ta anka sandar nana yenya bala oni knene aw yenya bala ikin jenen tu we ikin nene anka nana we ikin dar tamat ek te beling at turn aw and tunk nene ba wa we ikin acha gena men ban daga bila da men ban kan ya ne bal yeng ni hipilamun ya bokta asan nang gabila ektin lon duang ta ba dan ikin chin yak nen we are nothing the moment you can understand but you bajaha oknene that way we come to know the importance bita gabila genazar with importance bita gabila agena fa ya balta jeg wang chong ba opportunity plemon to creating a nena san ikin beten let us come better on chala kan ibeni chona para is still magbala gorde shukran abuna james to beni even though we are taking yani current ngwang igel kan to wahni bal yam kin chip wargange wa bal yam kin balka assignment an kan nanga bugwagi bal imtanati but iwahan yer ngoy ang kasani bed listen to some of yumkin wakabala choding chod yor bala okay os waga waka yumkin you will benefit even this start bala nang ida yumkin waga yumkin do I makto ya wa I thank you Jibril wa let us continue doing this till yumkin yani ada ding chong de nang aktin do aktin in yak ngi wenne who knows juang ang kaya kinen ngejek bedeng baltang wen kan
Yeah, question mark to Jacob Wangi. You know, always we are proud, you know. Atolina Diakan, we still, you know, will do much. For generally, mumkin bad, yeah.
Yeah, my final remarks. First, I just want to say, thank you, brother Akim Piana. Was we really on me yung ganyan ibalik na when igmo da we're in the line igbal non ni cial no go ag ban po da o igbal non ni cial no go ag mo ban da je ka war ngetan je ka war the book of life. I have a book here. It says the good news about injustice, and this is written by a witness of courage in holding world. That is Christian, I think, books based on the Bible. But okay, people, Christians live in the world that they have to emerge and confront the world with the truth and reality. Ban Mabanda, we will emerge one day with the truth and the reality. You don't need a lot of people. All we need is Jwalida Dande. Or Jwalida Dongni Yeo. Baltan Maka Wiktayan, Zemanin Ganagulda, Eknas Jwal Tiktan. And we already, we are taking this from the Bible. Ekengal Wikmuli, or something again. In the little translation, Bitana, Nazdel Tam Wikmuli, they don't want to listen to anything. We are not saying this because Bible said so, but look, as I'm speaking to you now, wakabalas with social media, gengabartan ma social club, kegin ma juba go ek bond ag the dollar, yomalele go ne. Keng dinke ag ek balkan to loga they want to impose on South Sudanese English yaptambara, wajek bun yaptambara. As we speak, wa luganin Balkan government is spend a lot of money with kawayan wiknyenge mekeken asan luga da develop luga dinki wal luga wa develop numtun terminology, scientific terminology, mathematic terminology, but no to the imin ba na balanda you don't have choice. Yani you either udeken or you are a criminal. Jolani kay ni machi bere ngeskimo. There is something going on. Kay mo jubo go ek mbon mutura. فده الساحه السياسيه اللي انا بنقوله وإن في لازم في ساحه السياسه هنا ما ماشي في دياسبرا مارك جولين يجي مارك وانين يجي فيلمون knows this ناير وانين يجي ناير دايما I give credit to ناير اكنياكن ارونا these are the most active كيموبان in any social media شوف بالعكس كمان they go everywhere they know every معلومات لكن بيجيبوه and then they confuse them. لكن جنوبين دنينا أون مدون جنوبين دنينا أون wa believable on when I think it's a wonderful thing for us to have you because you are actually going to do a work that you need us one day. You need us and we need you. Because what the target mong non in Jol Juangda can Yawan Jibril Benham House that will come in all the churches ban either you can know Biljamaban Wohono I have the right to stay in ban I don't need permission. Other Jolawara or a Moldemur Kanunian. Because population Alanadariums Mudar into the Chilas and mouth busy 3 to 4 hours singing all the Nismaban. This the Bible had the nufs the Tahamish Gabila. I can you walk in a madrasa. Alas, do evening school for my people. Don't just let them sing for and you're not giving them knowledge yet. You don't actually engage for them to biblically know what is in the Bible. They're not illiterate. They are not reading books. They're not reading the Bible itself. I'm just giving you a reference. I have many Bible of all kinds with different translations. Be the King James Version, whatever. I have it and I can read. I have it up in my phone. I can access and read. Before the past, I may not know the application and the timing, but generally I know what the Bible is talking about. This is the population we want. This is an example we want. Mina min juang nbal banyi intala nisakab nas min lugha lina derinda. فأنا عشان نخلص ونجيب نديك فرصة. لكن I really thank you. I really thank you being with us today, and we will be in the coming days. We are not giving up anything. We fought many big wars, and we're still fighting. We're still fighting until the day we see Ban is for Maban Wokunda. The Makabala Pi Yileji, Mahabala Bantuak, Mahabala Ben Chonu, Ben Banacho Kula. People has to own Ban Maban. Word. Who's commissioner wala Mahabala Kumati. No. You have to own Ban Maban being it. When you own it, you will have the gut to stand up when somebody wants to take it from you. But they get on board name man, awara on nothing maketir, or not ma bifamuna. Lakin al bifam bifam taman. Nas al bikun mana yikun mana. Wa muso wenno bas on goni ke nin kabir on nin fi SPLM ayo zaman badena kan indina bagar langa indina Montebonyo indina the Kamaluma or many more. On nin al gad ni to bishu three of us. We advise them ya jama. This is the Nas Majid Babikr Neken. Nas Kutir. Nena Yumda Gunne Jama. The only way for this yin as an Badada, we have to go different direction. Different direction. Then the enemy of your friend is your friend. Right? But not in different direction. Young man Magibul, no. This is the way you pay politics. So I don't want to engage you in politics. You are a theologian. And I appreciate that, but we need intelligence that combine both the political situation in Sudan and the biblical perspective on Contian. Lani keng dingo okay mo the ekgo age Bible urga Isaiah tindan tamantajar go age dinke yao kena guang the juang ekla the bicho ujol ne bale da tawan the heresy lakinana there urigin ding danyine Gena ekni au kena guang the juang urga Isaiah kundan tamantajar. So and jolne on po the top maybe kamahama juang be the jolne lag the jan lang ek the jittian nor nago ek the munde ding go urga juang go ek duang amaka ban junube in nyamia o jolne kani bok the reference you to urga ja in jinden 18 bal go ong ya kita pa ana bagi menena modo I don't want to go far pa am toro menen that's a siya dalina ga bo ya Sugren ya brother Yana Sugren.
James, you can take you can say your final word, and then we can close the show. Can the Makabonge you can get there? James, you can take the.
Fortunately, take doko Philemon the Pangtan Balaoui Podgun Fortune Jibril was Fortune Mark Jihuang doko ya boys kurek doko ni yajan ya buagok si jualagel maihin makabala sitienge kan makabal tieng dacha ekabala sitieng acha modgia osi kouya weya osi meya osi mageg mumkuna kegnya lan ya tola ang we keg kalas jig mahana drogo gokunene lan gin uwchini ma ban nyam ya gogo kete makabala mabana bala kien nginjete bizat bon mahabon kani mbo uwchin ma nyamo dalek urtu mahanen woknte wana jig mahanen nyo nyal do wokanda jig yemba pelan kan mum kum baligel yorte ki ya eknte ya ek gokte ek miet nyingete ang bal yuar siasa jika guak tenekin an bal uwa chini ma ban nyam nene gen yuar sia tolon ne yajen kane ku uwa chin ma ban nyam ya i men gel dal urtu ma hanen uwa nte anka eknong de gen podan ma bante kani mbuo uwa chin ma ban nyam be bizat actor ek ma ben bun ma bawon ti yuon ga baat mana illa kan ek buo do ban ma ban ba i men gel ikun shi kege to bun kabara o aga mena mumkin do banji ma ban magdaba ya go ga kete dal yum ga ke do di gal tanda bala ma manungde lakin igin nungtun gene yayan dal igin dok tuni batol mei o gok tin je ko podun wo ko te jole bo gok dun nguyu tek ma hanu drogo pilamun marco o si jibril ek borde mahabala kanek gok jiege kente dalek mbokte ti yoma wore osi ek borde ek miet ji ka wore gok ti ji ka wore anka kalli kun yuwartun ek na ga belje wore lanne ya gok ji ne na ongle yuwar shepela ni ma banda balkan mushkala lakin ni tuanga igin wo gi ndo to ne ya osi ni tuanga igin pungtun ti ke ni gin wa guwa ma hani ye wacha wala guwa ma hani droga isa je pilamun jibril osi mark igin balkan kaya igin balkan nyon igin balkan wa pogin je dok je wa bil kanene bil wa kanene ge yan igin ma ban nung pay daba felan ma ban ge bala nung pay da lakin pay da drogo ke ne kum budun man ngir budun o kani pungun tu o chin ma ban nyam ya dali nung tun wage e kinyo jiyekte bil ko bala kan de ke kalli ki lur tun wag ba ke dum pogen ye ki si ke dum pogen bun ka bala si yeke bun ma bawon dale ke bor de lur tu wag an ka ek dan kan ma yihin mag gabile yihin dan kan mag tin yin te ko tin yalo o si yihin ak tin ma nyin gin tayen wo gi boten o si ngok tin ye ko podon wo ko te je ka wore je wo chin yamo o si je kyod geni je ge wet kenen pochin yayen ekte o jongatalon ik maktin untin yoma ik wo boten yoma ik ngok je ka wore anka wo gi metin je ka podon o si ke ni metin anka ek lurde pochin
Fa ya di yumkin go pochin ekete ti je ka gwang ek wakanda wa ya go pochin nin to wa ka di yumkin inye ke عشان bed yumkin you can go in ti je ka bala je community wa ya yani go pochin Marco the contribution to the yumkin nangi wa always you are here with us and even the yumkin been tackling the issues with our community. Wa Gabriel and yumkin tapang tambala ngesining do igna maka angkanda an balk mashkal bala na taban gin kan igno na gina balk pone let's stick on it. Wa Pastor James pochin the beni contribution to the yumkin nangi wa pangta the yumkin oni ware igin taban boktin organization and to deal with wakati dia mungkin buang nang ten banji o support dia kubal nang tenikin mai ganse wa gena dia mgok ti wang ti to work it and that is the only opportunity changes tam bayanam when we have knowledge and wa dayam kin gen men gen balano worga juang gena po inko tambara worga juang ikin yong tinji worga juang ikin nang tenak tama poden worga juang ikin dal tungwa mukt worga juang bord ikin wetin gena waros gena yan net fa wakanen de yam kumbok de kan nga te balja bala de yam kana when you acquire the knowledge wa pochi ni juang yi un poi achan be ni ban Germany yani this is the opportunity wa dala you want to work it and work hard and de yam can yani يكنن بدن ده يمكن جوان يمك ده تجد بالشي يبان جرمن فإيجن ده يمكن يعني شو بدين يوت دوّنة يمكن لاد next week إذا جوان إيجمان إيجن ده ودوكتين gene buag din ngoyo kan min gbal burmen show yani ya bishije kino ekmade de min adi ikambal pange mumkin chije iparati poei buag then ya chuan the video and then without even being online mumkin ultin ulya minnente and then it goes by itself live and people watch there that is the technology tambala when atolo ing balgam baw dito yumkin you can record it and then ultin when and then mating di lan preaching taban is very important lan warga juango odi ek miet jol and mushkila ek wah yalt maka jegi ba ek kintieng jole lis ingwalte zema ek rusul ngwale lakin jolla buang ida bala bajana pini or paga pini and lead ek yul the person yeah. So that is the message even we are doing here. We are not spending 4 hours without reasons lan in explaining wakadide yam kuma ban e nyamba in explaining inno in ut nyama okay kagabila in explaining inno nilid in wak yot no okay fa wakane ne de yam kuno du budamba bala bagwang mark genned bala youtube ti yani any non ganan maban tam wakane be pop up ungeje taban some of them mumkin nyirte ashan buwak leer jaka gwak ni nene but still egi leeros tiengi yani and that's the good thing okay mumkin the video nyaltan YouTube te mumkin ashan jeh gwak ni ngiyatambar wa the good news ekentin yan fa da yumkin gen men gina poda nene lakin juang igmak in os ot ta chelo odala let's keep doing this fa lan wage balan chong ban bo kunang o wa hadi bo kunang zema wa gwang ni yom dak nyamani ndo kun warga follow up tam bo kunang ki osi jeh go jenyon jeg bita usme report bita wani yiga listen over mengapa for kanen tambok jet ignti and then we have to be very proactive ashan wakanen thing address balyabor ding bok na shan yam kan katambara in administrative area for wakanen tambok de some of them need a political rally but ign taban pungin let's slow down political issues and ign can deal with my ign لأرض الواقع بتاع social life بتاعي فده يمكن جد من جنا يقدر لنا فجنا ده يمكن يبغى قوة دي جاك قوة يوم منن ده قوة ده يمكن ينوون ده جنا جاك بنت يوم يتي إك من كمبال كمشكلة يا ما كبالين يتي يعني إك يبغى وقته and let's build a new chapter of coming together لأنه I'm human I can make mistakes and I acknowledge in Yuanga Kullu we've been in politics really divided us. But I think we need to be positive. We need to think logically as a community. Kia boktete kan makabala nyirde osmaka nyirnene fa ya boktete is in mengabal kumushkila personally wala gina so ya dite yam kambal kumushkila gengaba dani ya goki from my bottom heart you cannot be successful without your community. Udagin min gane dal na dite yam push me to say let's forgive each other, the kia boktete and a kmakabala yumkin gokaya yumkin yokateke. I don't have any problem with you. Ignan Gabila, we need to fight for the interests of Gabila. From now on, fight for the interests of Gabila should be number one. The Igwakatayan. For the yumkin Jolaya did yumkin walking away zema gwanga buna, the Ingwak bokt. Through both Ignal yumkin yerte. Lani remember yachina mane men pongin yingi tag hinjenge inga ngotinji igdal tinyiramba lakin the moment ingong jama I acknowledge my mistake and then ya jama ya bokta that's where we can be able to see again gingabala gene igin we stick on jekayam kumbala ingot njit ba wakaingot njit barda should be a lesson. Okay, we have to learn from it and prevent not to happen again, and that's the mission. All of us mumkin nang tanikin. Bada maka iti jeka divisive ideas. Jeka divisive ideas in then non ekwa non pa jeka nintaban yotinji. Lanu wakabalaban maban like nyon, ter, dahab, wakanin kullu is a purpose bita maban. Never be the gwang jibri, never be owned by the politicians. It is all of us obligation. We have to protect our resources. You know, fadayum kungin mengena ya buat nen. Lalu pot getieng je inu kokage. Oh, nane kokaba ekzat balgini ko on aban ekba. For pot gene ikin tual tomat as we speak, we need to talk very, critically. We don't know what is happening fi ban dialan. We don't know what is happening in no hina fi Darsage. We don't know what is happening fi Belgu. We don't know what is happening but hina fi Inaya. For the only way even wakaning etin, even work the lazim yotin. And then we need to build a way of protecting our resources and use that resources for the benefit of the Maban. And قلنا شنك نيجن لازم بقدين وقت بالت نشيال فده يمكن جنا بالنينه ومدجع Mark, I'm really I have no anything to say but thank you for being with us and being always vocal in ideas فده يمكن جنا ده يمكن I want to say to you personally let's keep doing this the leading Balkan Kenga Kengirin be you can see we already have somebody like Zrup is Junub Yuarne. Okay, gena ing bon ngoya de dim ke bala diareng worgan te otnte ek miet ing ak dan ke yak dan yak dan ya zema gwang James ma already we ignas balkan and kaji kachel no is already fijama and then is 20 years now ing mo bon wa ka bayan ing lead ak dan but gena dorting ek na gena ba I think that they يمكن جنا بالنينه فيا توينه ek ممكن جد كان بوجه جه perken that is okay now if we are free or يمكن يورت ديام سبب بنينه bagwang ya ek mera buokin balkin balgel nong recording chunda and then yumkin I will play it on live without ibal or yabal and then people will listen jeka ikum buok lan 10 taban is not a one way and we can record some of the information and then post it yani hamdiling bal ngen nene anka nong nin kan yani fa pochin tala we yo chet wenne dala juang ikmak yani and then time for yumkin random chat and then ik mungkin pindia pada yung ginabal ni
well gan galaba I think ikin en cho de wan dong kortin ja tu gole ya bo duang da wing gara he ya nan ka san war lag de gor nan ka pe de wa ma be ki
clubhouse
abu talib ba atwar jin
I don't know if you come
balaba
with
ek bu ko wichin de
no if you know the club jina
ik tam kian ek liringan akanon ik ko na ek liringan lay men jad wala ada nyingen de kyak na run bala go jawa be de lo ni chi ji fam ni
aru tumbal ngaki gawai
ya lakin jege ko isin no ek buagna ek ngodi dam be anda brau lon man ya da por de jege ko de bala ir darun ek tana you should not take it serious ek war undleñ ba mahabar tieng jehane el kan ding ke wit kan bor de ba wut magyan dan jek tawan ma jek lul tanam jek balk to wasn't lakin lo kan jek bal war tan balkan wasn't ba many jek lul ma that waste of time too fa was ginga ba mem ing yot ten nan ing kortung wa pe ndele yo malahat so almem ni nyam chala do gel ek yo masub dan kasan di tamage ma bala pe ust ke di lakin san yom dul ekn ko ba lakin I think yom sebut yani anke yom kan kuis da bag magega
naam
ya ek sila bawna ngaw
sila bala the given balkan yani achelo ek tab matin kan wanne ya ang balku ichi mage non gete ya ichi mage yang ek dalna em kun ben ba da yam gane izan pun inno wa haza da mumkin I think nang tu mumkin ya masabad ya ma ingwa da kan ya masabad taban ninkin ingan ya masabad nang tu ngisan mai ma bala banji kan ma ka juba wala Nairobi wala fi Bangal ma ka bonko de dal ko de chuantin link mumko de lan
ya al mushkila taban ya mushkila ya taban yom masabad anke do kan wa ma muhim ya ba lakin kan ginga bala gina illa kan ingo no topic bogdan ikin wa to interact yan wa bala
نعم
لكن كان جاي ممكن يعني كلام ممكن يعني يمكن يعني بصراحة مبون أرونا ما يمكن بانجا ده سياسي بتاعنا ده يعني اكن سود باين اكن سود بوان يعني داونلود the club يعني club house أنا club house ذات بيجا بيجا أنجري ما يعني ما ممكن ما جو كم يوم أو يوتنين يني جونga ما لسه مجو ده ولا يجنن ده أو من created club house ده زول ده يعني إيرا في مجا أطالع شيء has nothing to do let them play with this yeah
والله
yeah
مارك يتم بوك جاga يا طبعا يمكن يا بيزي يعني كلام إيه طبعا ما قول ده ك emotional people يعني يشوفين كيالله باجي تونga كده نong نوبي nong yo geng balaba ya itu yung mina fa kirinya siya gin nung tamagita topic yan topic jot pigal da yani number 1 number 2 number 3 5 win kuno war da dakta ma di jeke yan makan wit
part
jong
one
dokte
yeah go part one part two part three you remember taban yoma proof yeah Dr. Nyabo nang ketika yang di
yes
drop
yes
ya
yes
filmun genan balkin yomen wal talata yom an atlat yani part 5 wala part 4 wala part 5 yani pada men yoma kamis teng ucin yoma jima engkan warna yoma sebut engkan warna malisa go tijaga men nang mo drop da again ladum maga zatu yani profile bit pixel bit ekin kulo ot nyara ega nyabo par ya jama
yeah
jama
so
فعلا
genet
getting very crazy يعني yeah, Clubhouse is really very crazy. Oh, the good thing that طبعا maka yuar nanga Facebook to bay ya illa wo nyal
no
Clubhouse dan Clubhouse nying طبعا yuar ma bayan imena go
no
ngena menezat o si go wenezat bal when nobody knows nobody sees you
nam
fa
nam
shajja mayan maka go miel jitin yan gotun brayan
ma
fa mumkin
طبعا
ihin gortunon gena
yeah
go ni mumkin eden Clubhouse an maka tabon bogna nyingin faces na yuar tan ma ba يمكن بي كلاب هاوس
no ممكن I will connect يعني ممكن if
yeah
we can connect it.
Ethan
I will create the
yeah Ethan
clubhouse.
yeah
Yes, Nungo, I will create the clubhouse and then connect it my clubhouse
yeah برضه
and
من هون
also yes,
yeah
also ممكن I will connect with Twitter. And then what will happen is excellent yabuaga Mike Maka Musulunda. Let them come and talk to us. Kede
yeah
kinir tadin kiki ke them working walk on that. They never shy. You know, come and talk to us. Atolo mayog be my make yourself available. Further, yum could jolly jolla kan guang egg Stephen Newton and Churakan I posted in Wurgan Mario the
oh
Mayan
yeah
egg gina mabanba. Kakalas, come to us and tell us really in Ilano we are finding the way and the way is very difficult on Dirganian. Arza, with the Hutune a message in no mumkin over and igloo culture, Butumbayan. You see, for the young Kuwagan Wakabalene, and I also find a way of work Egabuna Benjamin, Yoman, I am old if one in look and culture. But I think in that way, you learn to work with Chong Ekente and Ekambord Igmiet and Inno, Ingot Yama, 10 board about Maranang Tanek even to Wakanen. Then this is the easiest way you can connect with your people, even though if they disagree with you. For I think Gnet and Clubhouse, we connect enough and Ingot Nagok to be and many be the thing, you know. Then if we need
yeah
impose look at the man come my weekend there.
yeah Clubhouse tawa ma go matabon go e lo gen yeah min
No,
de ko tieng yin kan tieng ma makat bes they can leave yeah we can leave
but then
tabon gena tabon yani sura ni osi yaw yumkin was yani objected by Stephen Nura tawan yuarchen on wa bordo ni mader ku kwanje da bordo taban internal bordo balk objection gel ma kekin wetan wana balk objection gel ba banka da wahd min jola gwa gibel ka critics without alternative will not even help us ba naman
no,
criticize gena bala you should have an alternative guys you should have an alternative understand yigda angna mena yumkin you criticizing da وده جنا بالنين دي تجنا وقتا يعني يوارش كده يعني even we need to go back to books sometimes يمكن بالجمع back in 16th century is different than
no.
the 21st يعني century كويس يعني imagine wa ikin da duang nan mamong nan ato okay te in 16th century ha ma ban eng burunge wala ato ak budan so magge makaba ekin Stephen New nek makabala nyamt ikin nene o bord ekin being part of language they ekin mafrut kun balta malumat aktar an biljima ban more than ikin tabon some of us taban read this in the yani academic way is different than gina bal nang ekin tang terjama da fa they should come they should not shy akasan be ikin notum but they should come they should come here o ikin am betin ko to jeglu gazatu unki ekin leher zat e gwak niknen yani bala damanian while ekin wodi actually available wetnen why not they come in and also yani challenges us or correct us kan ekin bala damanian you know let us encourage them to come we value them or we respect them you know back in lakin we need to hear from them too yani knowledge bala you are yom dag na nek nan katre jamada wan bisara kere yani ikin balkun wani yan you know ba waxani you are ngon kin yaw taban I didn't yani interject lan taban ek do go yako I didn't interject
ولا طبعا ek طبعا yakin طبعا abuna they object but jurnan gen jurni lano is taken in one place and طبعا I obtained some of the documents very important documents even burun bartamaga burun bita olo and then even burun plain burun yani tambar kawaje nong badin churin yakan mokbal kan different ba yani burun either ma fi barngi the 16th centuries yani ikum wo nyiri nyala ne shiyale yani
of course
nyiri nyala ne shiyale and then kilal zaman ikin the yumkin emerge a little bit yani na lakin maka ikum ngam balkan gina bar kawan na different physical appearances uwa common ji common daji da yani 16th century in balkan physical appearance different physical appearance ekken then the way ekin teach ne diara o ikin taban ina o ekin bordo dulo ne diara ikin bordo mbeki lakin mabani zaman physical appearance is different for criticizing the gwang yaiba yani when we post like that we are looking in yang tenikene mabani mai bare enga okay that's why we need to go back to the books and zema kinya wenan most of the time ekin focus on worgan ki lower communities. But then we don't have to focus on working key lower community because it is framed, Then the message was framed. Luo for Kenya, message can compare. Luhan even they framed their own message. I think either but Marat ignorant often confused. We see ourselves like we are lower. But in what extent? Even we need to read a lot of books in order for us to know in connection with even Lua and Pun, Balawete. For the young Wagman comparison, is not easy. لكن لما نيجي تيجي نوصي بوك إننا يبقى إنكم نم مشكلة يعني فده يمكن بالنينه but it's okay إنه إك طبعا object and we need to hear from them إيكم بوك نك نقول إنه مية إنه ما بانوان في 60s بلا أوكي يعني في 50s بلا أوكي لأنه some pictures was taken or 30s طبعا صورتين was some of them taken on 30s طبعا it's very far يعني وبالجيني عشان ده different even صورة تيجي جبريل نينه chura bita ulneg peze ekdam tiega dagin maban baya baden ini nyirte nak fi kan nyir deeply nyalo seems like chung balamin what one yani ginanin we are talking to that then even we need to have a look very critically fa da yumkin gina balne
yani gang balbal mem taban we are digging into the information ikin zatu niyatin zatu yani ikin felam bent wene o jaga ki ko wajna la jaho aware ma da borde ya wa halil tindigne we are not saying yani critics bita ekin ya ba pochin lakin alternative da ya muhim ya ekke agena non filmu na sure nemba ilo bo sure ma ban fu wa hanente ya so as gena sure nen o ma bana balat ba ta zat achinente yusta achinente zat ihe ma bana ke mbala jet achinente da يعني they look very different than كيك بلا جيد ما في 80s.
No.
كيك بلا جيد ما في 80s they look very different. لأنه برضه migration يعني and also environmental يعني ده Balkan impact. You know, Balkan impact. كيك جيد نين أمريكا وتي يعني بلجيك بلا بكيك جيد نباني بيان. You know. فسو وهنين واحد يعني let us come and accept ginger wager وهيورت نيجي mak وكذا يعني instead of يمكن يجي شيء كيون جاك بتاعينه يجي وون يتن ولا بون يتن كل ده وحللنا لا يعني كل ده مللنا لا يمكن جاك ما واجي جبا مللنا لا so ده يمكن كنا بالنا يعني وقت جنگا لبا وان لكن ما بتترجم هذا درجة البيانيال شغلين توني و they will help us يعني طبعا فعلا يعني ورجوان نينا بقوان in 1996 I think exactly يعني we did يعني some groupings يعني كل ما قد وانتم ورغنين ingot lirin jaga wel got barlek mongnun mostly ya we can baltum warga gal bayan do jaga wel gon barasan oten jagi ngudna altum wetan baltum warga bayan so dal non for meantime laduma yumkin igin yortu pogel podita yumkin يعني جهة ويل نين نمر أوت برا إك بقات جيجو هن وبلا يوار نيجي جهة كي ما فعاد الجديد ما كذا ده جم مبانا تبارو يعني إك نأتبو وونجي ولا whatever ده جم مبانا تبار وان يا وجهة زي إك نأتبو نين ولا وها بون يا طبعا كيني ورجع أغنى نبن النبن ده طبعا ده يعني ده تقبين طبعا لكن من كي متى عهد القديم برما بون يا فدا يمكن وهبلا يمكن نيني وممكن قال بقى يورتن تاني ان شودي وان شاء الله يو يورتن next weekend bring any topic يعني كان قبلا bring it let us come and discuss and يمكن نقبل نقوشنا
كلا كويس يقدر يورتن
yeah okay all right
شكرا
Gimana kirnya